Okay, Tammy, and just as an additional note, I can recall some history where we, in other systems, had a little bit of a temporary speaker failure, and that was on Space Lab. They might want to look at the speaker itself, or the what might be interfering with it.
Okay, Bonnie, thanks. Also, yesterday the PDRS and Orbit 1 teams enjoyed watching the photo survey, and they want to add their congratulations to the other accolades and congratulate you on a job well done.
Well, we all thank you and certainly appreciate it, and we had fun doing it.
And we certainly enjoyed watching it. Thanks again.
And Tammy, for the IMAX folks, we just the first two passes over Australia today were no-go, even though they may look not cloudy from the weather satellite. There are more clouds over Australia today than I've ever seen, so we missed those just because we don't think we could have got good pictures.
Okay, Dan, we copy. Australia was clouded out. Appreciate the update.
As a general comment, I think the whole world's got more clouds this time than I've ever seen before. It's kind of amazing. We haven't had very many photo opportunities at all. It's been kind of disappointing.
Okay, Dan, we can just hope it clears up later on.
It's Mission Control, Houston, 3 days, 19 hours, 56 minutes mission elapsed time. Columbia is now out over the South Pacific, having just crossed almost right straight across the middle of Australia on orbit 61. A couple of discussions during this last interchange. The first having to do with the remote manipulator system, also known as the PDRS, or Payload Deployment and Retrieval System. The discussion had to do with master cabin alarm annunciation, and that all goes back to yesterday's orbit 2 shift at about the time that the arm was being cradled following birthing of LDEF. They got a couple of funnies in the master alarm system. Of course, the orbiter has a series of relays all over the place that will annunciate to both the ground and the crew when limits have been surpassed in one measurement or another. And the idea is to have good insight both on the ground and aboard the ship when buttons need pushing and switches need throwing. And there was a situation where the arm developed an alarm, a malfunction, it appeared, in a wrist roll movement, and that was later thought to have been a transient indication, and indeed that's still the case. They believe that there's no problem with the arm itself and that it's perfectly healthy. The discussion and the concern is simply to make sure that all the wires are going in a healthy fashion to all the right places to provide good alarm annunciation aboard the orbiter and then down here on the ground. So that was the discussion. The procedure that Capcom Tammy Jernigan was suggesting to Bonnie Dunbar had to do with going off and looking into that alarm annunciation in a bit more detail, although we find in talking to Bonnie, our understanding here on the ground was that the alarm had failed on, and in fact that's not what happened. So the idea now is simply to stand back and let the folks in the arm world go off and think about it a little bit more and see if they want to modulate that procedure a little bit. So Bonnie won't be asked to do anything right now. Also, after this pass across Australia, Commander Dan Brandenstein reported that Australia is pretty socked in with cloud cover at the moment, and there was not a good opportunity for the first two IMAX passes this morning. And as a general comment, Dan, now on his third flight, reported that the world overall seems a bit more clouded over than he remembers having seen on his previous two missions.
Columbia, Houston for Bonnie.
Go ahead, Houston.
Bonnie, yesterday when you cradled the arm after the photo survey, did you get the normal master alarm tones at that time?
Everything was completely nominal during birthing.
Okay, Bonnie, thanks for the report. Columbia, Houston, we have just a few words for you concerning your L-cubed opportunities. Message 36 Alpha.
Okay, stand by.
Roger.
Okay, tell me we're looking at 36 Alpha.
Yeah, Wex, just wanted to point out that the opportunity called out on orbit 62 is very close to the L-cube setup time in your timeline. So you may not be able to take advantage of that opportunity. Also, we inadvertently reversed the longitude and latitude headers, but we figured y'all would figure that out anyway.
Okay, well, we'll try to set up early for that orbit 62 opportunity. Thanks a lot.
You bet.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
When we come up over Africa, I would try to do a film test if the weather looks good and there's not a lot of clouds. If they have a recommendation on which one, I'll shoot that.
Okay, Marcia, we'll take a look. Stand by. Columbia, Houston, for Marcia.
Hello.
Hi, Marcia. We'd like you to perform film test number 2.
I'll do it.
Thanks. Also, Columbia, in order to track down our range rate anomaly we experienced during the rendezvous yesterday, we'd like to acquire some more data by doing a radar self-test, and we have a short procedure for you when you're ready to copy.
Stand by.
Roger.
Ready to copy the KU test procedure.
Okay, the first part of the procedure uses block 1 of the rendezvous book, page 2-3, aft flight station config for rendezvous, and you'll just be doing the KU portions of that block. After that's completed, go to page 2-35 and perform the entire block 42, configure KU band for comm. How copy?
Okay, we copy block 1, the portions pertaining to KU only on the rendezvous book, page 2-3, and then 2-35, all of block 42, and then I assume we'll give you the results and power it down?
That's a firm, Wex.
Or reconfigure it for comm, I guess is what we'll really do.
That's correct.
It's Mission Control, Houston, Columbia now passing out over the Yucatan and across the Gulf of Mexico, Caribbean Sea on orbit 62.
Do you want us to do that when we can fit it in, or do you want it now?
Wex, we'd appreciate getting that complete sometime within the next 40 minutes.
You were cut out by a tone. Say again, please.
Wex, we'd like you to complete the KU self-test procedure sometime in the next 40 minutes.
Okay, we'll get to it. Thanks.
The interchange just underway has to do with Mission Control having asked the crew to conduct a self-test on the KU band antenna, and that also goes back to the rendezvous. It's in the habit of Mission Control to try to clean up any kind of little engineering funnies that we may have noticed. And one of those during the rendezvous yesterday was that while most of the data we were getting through the rendezvous radar that operates through the KU band antenna seemed to be good and seemed to have very good fidelity to it, there's one readout on the data screens here in the control center that stems from that apparatus that did not appear to be correct to the rendezvous officer here in the control center yesterday, and that was something called RDOT. It's a readout that gives the range closing rate, and that's generally expressed in feet per second. For a fair part of the close-in rendezvous, those numbers appear to be out of sync with what was expected, and they're just trying to understand the reason behind that. It's oftentimes easier to do these kinds of engineering tests in situ aboard the same orbiter with the same equipment and in the same environment in which the problem occurred, rather than wait until it gets back on the ground and run it through the paper mill that sometimes follows these things. So that's all they're asking the crew to do, and it's a fairly simple procedure just to do a KU band self-test. It's the same kind of thing that's done whenever an orbiter gets into space after ascent. After the doors are opened and they're ready to deploy the KU band antenna and begin operating through the teeter system, they always do a KU band self-test just to get things ready to go. Coming up on NASA Select during this early part of the Orbit 1 shift, we will, as is our habit, replay television from yesterday. So we'll have a replay of the Flight Day 4 activities, beginning at a mission elapsed time of 3 days, 20 hours, 55 minutes, or 3:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. Again, that replay coming up in just a little less than a half an hour. That replay, if you're setting your VCRs for NASA's overnight theater, is about 11 and a half minutes long, and again, that'll begin at 3:30 a.m. Central. Also this morning, one highlight for those in Houston, there is a sighting opportunity this morning for the orbiter Columbia as it passes almost directly over Houston. The duration of the pass is not too sporty. It's only about a minute long, but the elevation is good. It'll be 66 degrees above the horizon. The pickup time, or the acquisition of sighting of the orbiter, is 6:11 a.m. Central. And again, that's an approximation. That's as good as we can do. And the orbiter should appear 33 degrees above the west-southwest horizon, and will move to 65 degrees above the south horizon, or the southern horizon. Unlike yesterday, when there was a startlingly good pass for the Kennedy Space Center area, unfortunately we don't show one this morning on our sighting list, although we can see from the orbital track of Columbia that shortly after the opportunity here in Houston, she will pass nearly directly over Central Florida on orbit 64. The two conditions that have to be present in order to have a good sighting opportunity: one, you have to have an orbiter passing somewhere overhead, and the higher the elevation, the better. The second condition that has to be present is that the terminator, the area where we go from sunrise to sunset on the planet, has to be, generally speaking, within about 15 minutes of your area, one way or the other. The orbiter has to be appearing in a relatively dark sky for the local observer, but in orbit, illuminated by the sun. It does not appear from the predictions that we have on hand here that that will be the case this morning, but for those who are awake and will be wondering if that sighting opportunity is available in Florida, it never hurts to go outside and take a look just in case. Columbia will be passing over Central Florida from the orbital track. At any rate, it looks like almost out of the due west and disappearing over Florida's horizon to the east-southeast. So perhaps it'll be there, perhaps it won't. But for Houston, there does appear to be a good sighting opportunity. Columbia's orbit right now, 182 by 176 nautical miles. All of the systems aboard the ship in good shape. The handover briefing earlier this morning between the planning team and the Orbit 1 team was pretty quick and contained no significant reports of any anomalies aboard Columbia. So all appears to be in good shape aboard the orbiter. We're working toward one of the major events this morning, or one of the more public events, a crew press conference, which will begin just a minute or so after 8 o'clock in the morning Central Standard Time today. This is Mission Control Houston with a reminder: our next television event is a replay of Flight Day 4 activities. That will begin in about a minute and a half on NASA Select at about 3 days, 20 hours, 55 minutes mission elapsed time.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Wex.
I'm in block 1 now for the radar test, and I'm going to go to radar passive instead of com.
Okay, Wex, we copy and we'll be watching.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Well, it looks like the KU self-test is complete. It's been more than 3 minutes. I got 3 gray, and I got 4 snowmen on the range digitals. And so I'll do the item 7 to terminate it.
Okay, Wex, and the self-tests look good to us down here also. We're about 2 minutes from LOS, and we'll pick you up on the west side at 2113. Also, Wex, on panel R2, we'd like you to take hydraulic circ pump 1 to on. We're going to run it for about 4 hours, and we'll give you a call when we want you to turn it off.
Okay, hydraulic circ pump number 1 coming ON.
Roger that. See you on the west side.
Bye-bye.
Columbia, Houston, we're back with you through TDRS West. How do you read?
You're loud clear.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Dan.
Okay, last night before we went to bed, we reported there was some more water, looked like some more water down by the humidity separators, and it was late and we were tired, so we didn't bother with going down there, but this morning we quick pulled the Lyle container out and cleaned it up, and we got about 2 washcloths and 2 towels worth of stuff out of there. Most of it, or probably about half of it, I would estimate is probably stuff that was around from the other day, just got shook loose yesterday. It looks, I'm not sure, we'll watch it tonight and tomorrow and see if we get any more. It looked suspiciously like maybe a little bit of it was seeping out of HUMSEP A, but it's kind of hard to tell, so now we got all dried up and cleaned up again. We'll keep an eye on it and see what happens without all the maneuvering that we did yesterday.
Okay, Dan, we copy. Thanks for the report.
It's Mission Control Houston at 3 days, 21 hours, 19 minutes mission elapsed time. We've just a few minutes ago reacquired through the western satellite of TDRS. Columbia now has just passed over the western coastline of Australia. And a couple of minutes ago, the commander, Dan Brandenstein, radioed down and told us that the crew, as per the timeline, had just done a change out of one of the lithium hydroxide canisters. And as part of the procedures that we asked them to perform after a couple of days ago finding some water down in that area, Dan gave us a report on that. Brandenstein reported that they had found a little bit of water down there, about enough to require sopping up with 2 washcloths and 2 towels. He said they weren't certain because of all the maneuvers that were done yesterday what the source of the water was. In their minds, it could have originated still from HUMSEP B, although...
Go ahead, Columbia.
Yeah, Timmy, has system 1 unloader valve unseated itself again? Is that why we're running circ pump 1?
That's a firm Wex.
Okay, thanks.
On the morning before rendezvous, when the crew was doing some rearranging of the lithium hydroxide canisters in an area on the middeck floor, they saw some water and then went into a procedure where they took out a large container that holds all those canisters. Beneath that is located the area where reside HUMSEPs A and B humidity separators. Humidity separator B, which had been online at that time, was seen to have a leak, and that was caused by, we think, a clogged up pitot tube. Not terribly different from what might happen if your air conditioner at home had a clogged up discharge line. you would find water leaking out ultimately. That's what they found, and that then set in motion about a 4-hour process where they were cleaning up the area, mopping it up, and vacuuming up some free water that had cropped up in that part of the mid-deck floor. Of course, we don't like free water in the cabin. We like to keep things nice and dry and neat and tidy. And so we immediately cycled over to the A side humidity separator, which has shown no problems since then. So what Dan was telling us was what we'd asked him to give, which is periodic reports on that area to let us know if there's any additional water showing up. He said yes, they did see a little bit. It doesn't appear from what he said that was very much, and he left open the possibility that it might have come from humidity separator A. We've got no insight into that right at the moment. He also mentioned the possibility that with all the shaking and rattling around that was going on in the orbiter yesterday with the various maneuvers, that some additional water might have shaken loose from Humset B.
Because we're running the circ pump, we have a couple of actions to ensure we keep plenty of margin. Let me know when you're ready to copy.
One other housekeeping note to report here from Mission Control. We're now at 3 days, 21 hours, 25 minutes. Pilot Jim Weatherby just called down seeking a little more insight into the reason why we've turned on a circulation pump. And that also goes back to a problem that developed earlier in the mission. The hydraulic system 1 circulation pump unloader valve we've found leaks excessively once the accumulator pressure falls below about 2300 psia. This is thought to be an internal hydraulic leak with hydraulic fluid on the high pressure accumulator side of the unloader valve leaking to the low pressure return side. The impact is a minor one to use of the cryogenic supplies aboard Columbia. At the current rate, the software, the housekeeping software aboard, will run the circulation pump for 2 minutes about every 6.5 hours to maintain accumulator pressure above 1960 psia. So the resolution to all of this is that we consider an acceptable mode of operation to be running this circ pump to recharge the accumulator, and that's indeed what we're doing right now.
Columbia, Houston, we're back with you through TDRS. We lost our forward link. How do you read?
A little static, otherwise loud and clear.
Roger. Because we're running the circ pump, we want to make sure we maintain plenty of power margin, and we have a couple of action items for you.
And unreadable.
Roger. I'll try later. Columbia, Houston, we're back with you through TDRS. How do you read?
Loud and clear, TJ.
Super Wex, I have a short flight note for you when you're ready to copy.
Stand by. Ready to copy.
Okay, Wex, since we have the circ pump operating, we want to make sure we maintain plenty of a power margin. So we would like you to collapse down to single G2 ops per the Orbit Ops checklist, page 4-2. And also we have 2 switch throws for you on panel L1. Topping evap heater nozzle, 2 switches to off. Topping evap heater duct, the rotary to off. How copy?
Okay, loud and clear. We'll collapse down to single G2 ops, Orbit Ops page 4-2, and the switches topping evaporator heater nozzles are both off now, and the duct is off.
Thanks, Wex.
And Houston, if you're ready, I'll do step 5 on page 4-2 of single G2 ops, which is the aerolod reset.
Wex, we're watching. You have a go. Columbia, Houston, we would like to evaluate the ability to repress the main engine actuators while circ pump 1 is running and we have a couple of actions for you when you're ready to copy.
Okay, stand by. I'll get this maneuver going, and then I'll copy him.
Sounds good.
Okay, Tammy, you ready for that flight note?
Okay, Columbia. Panel 017, row alpha. ATVCs, 4 switches to on. Panel R4, hydraulic MPS TVC ISO valve 1 to open. Talk back open.
Okay, 017 Alpha, ATVC's on, and alright, MPS TVC ISO 1 open, talk back open, in work.
Copy, Wex, and in the way of background, we also turn the ATVCs on during circ pump ops on STS-33 and STS-34. This will be the first time we have the opportunity to do this on Columbia, so it'll give us some valuable data.
Okay. And that's complete.
Roger. In Columbia, Houston, we have 2 METs to pass along to you concerning your Amos Payload Bay lighting test on Orbit 65. Reference FS5-5 in your Orbit Ops checklist, and let me know when you're ready to copy. No hurry.
Okay, stand by.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
The tags is jammed.
Yeah, Marcia, sorry about that. We jammed it for you so that you'll be in good shape to perform your IFM a little later on.
Oh, thank you. But we have a plan.
Marcia, we'd be happy to hear it.
Yeah, Dan looked at the procedure, and I think we can do it. He has some suggestions about how we might be able to do it better, and we get ready to do it. We'll let you know.
Okay, Marcia, thanks.
And TJ, ready to copy on page flight sub 5-5 for Amos.
Okay, Wix, concerning the test on Orbit 65, about 2/3 of the way down the page, there's a call out for an MET. That MET is 04/00:56:51. That's the MET. You'll turn your payload bay flood aft 2 switches on and forward bulkhead light on. You will be turning those lights off at an MET of 04/01:03:04. Read back.
Okay, the METs for turning them on at 4 days 00:56:51, and we'll turn them off at 4 days 01:03:04. And one additional note that I forgot to tell you yesterday, during the rendezvous and proxops and grapple, we noticed that the forward bulkhead light doesn't work anymore. I'll try it again today and see if it works, and I'll let you know.
Okay, Wex, thanks.
Unless you don't want me to even actuate the switch, we have it a yellow booty on it.
Copy.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Dan.
Okay, on the IFM for the tags, I got a suggestion/question.
Go ahead, Dan.
Okay, in the procedure you recommend cutting 2 strips of paper 1 3/4 inch wide, sliding left to center, and then working them over to the side and taping them down. Those pieces of strip should be 8 inches long. And that's because you think there's a joint in the track that's catching the edge of the paper as it goes by, I assume. It seems to me it's easier to do because I've already done it, and that is take an 8-inch full piece of paper that's been developed, 8 inches long, and work it up into that track, and you have a little more stability. If you have those two small strips, I would think they could curl and they'd be hard to work into there. And I got a full width piece of paper, 8 inches long, worked up into the same place, and I was just wondering if everybody thought that would work. I'm not going to button it up until you folks think about that.
Okay, Dan, we copy, and we'll discuss it and get back with you.
Okay, and I hope that makes sense. I hope you understand what I did.
Dan, we understand. In Columbia, Houston, while we're working the question on the tags IFM, we have some words on your IMAX Earth Scene Opportunities. I'm referencing message 39 when you're ready to copy.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, Dan, since we don't have the luxury of tags, we can't send you a weather photo. However, we have a few words that might help you out. On orbit 63, we expect that you will pass directly over the Madagascar fires and north of the currents. On orbit 64, you should pass south of both the currents and the fires. The weather looks good on orbit 63 for both currents and fires. And on orbit 64, the weather looks good for the fires, but will probably be clouded out for the currents. How copy?
Okay, we got that.
And Dan, obviously you're only going to want to photograph the currents if they're visible, and the fires if you can see smoke.
Yeah, we got that, thanks.
In Columbia, Houston, we have some words for you on the tags IFM question.
Okay, go ahead.
Dan, the one concern we have about using a full sheet of paper is we're worried that the paper will block the paper sensor and that we won't get the proper cutting action.
Okay. What about is that? Is a 1 3/4 really the right number? I'm not sure you can work a piece of paper 1 3/4 wide all the way up there and then get it worked over to the side of the track, to be perfectly honest with you. I don't know. You may have done it several times and maybe it's doable. I don't know.
And Dan, what we're looking at now is maybe cutting a hole in the paper, the full sheet of paper, such that you have enough paper to work with, but you're not blocking the paper sensor. And if you have any thoughts on that, we'd be happy to hear them.
Well, I don't know. I'm afraid if you cut a hole in the paper, you have a rough edge that'll probably catch and not solve the problem we're trying to solve.
Okay, Dan, we copy.
At Houston, Columbia, you can tell the IMAX folks that we got clouded out again. Both the channel and Madagascar are covered with clouds.
Dan, we copy. Thanks.
There's certainly way too many to even waste any film on.
Roger.
Hey, Houston, Columbia, on that tag thing, what do they think is the max width? I know they said 1 3/4, but what do they think is the max width we could make those and still have an effective paper sensor?
Dan, we're trying to determine that right now. Columbia, Houston for Dan.
Go ahead.
Dan, we think that sensor is about dead center in the 8-inch paper path. And that's the sensor we're trying to avoid blocking. You may be able to see that and think about how wide you might make the paper in order to avoid that sensor.
Okay. Thanks.
In Columbia, we're about a minute from LOS. We'll pick you up on the west side. at 22:49.
See you there.
It's Mission Control, Houston, 3 days, 22 hours, 49 minutes mission elapsed time, and Columbia has just passed within the coverage area of the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite West. For Rev 6364, on this orbit, we will be conducting a voice check with the crew for the press conference, which will be coming up later this morning at about 8 Central Time. Voice check will take place over Tidris West at right around 6 a.m. Central.
Columbia, Houston, we're back with you through Tidris. How do you read?
Loud and clear. But you're slightly blocked by David running the treadmill.
Yeah, well, we hope he has a good run. We have one more comment on the tags IFM.
Well, I know they can't hear you, so I'll pass it along.
Yeah, Wex, just to reiterate, we think the paper sensor is about in the center of the 8.5-inch wide paper path. So you could probably make the 2 strips of paper maybe as wide as 3 inches and still avoid that sensor and yet have the paper wide enough to be able to thread it up through the machine.
Okay, copy that. 2 on the side, 3 inches wide, I'll tell them.
Thanks, Wex.
All this discussion having to do with what we call an IFM, or in-flight maintenance of the text and graphics system, a machine that does wonderful work when it works, and a lot of times we find that it doesn't, and we're trying a little experiment here to see if we can improve its working order. Sent a transmission up on the last rev to the crew and jammed the machine, and so we're having them experiment with a little method we think might help. It's Mission Control, Houston. Our next television from Columbia will take place at a mission elapsed time of 3 days, 23 hours, and 25 minutes, which translates to 6 a.m. Central, and that will be a crew conference voice check. We'll be taking that down via the Tidris Western satellite, and as is our practice, we'll be exercising the voice and video loops that will enable us to pull the press conference off with no problems, we hope, later this morning at about 8 o'clock. This press conference will begin this morning at 8:02 a.m. Central. The duration will be approximately 20 minutes. Accredited news media who wish to participate must be located in room 135 of Building 2 at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, and we request that our participants be in place by 7:50 a.m. Central, or 10 minutes until 8 o'clock. The news conference will be broadcast live on NASA Select Television. It will be carried on RCA SATCOM F2R Transponder 13, which is located at 72 degrees west longitude. News media may also monitor the event live from the various NASA field centers who receive NASA Select, or indeed even bring it in on their own home dish, but will not be able to ask questions of the crew unless located in person at Johnson Space Center. And another programming note to go along with that press conference: at the conclusion of that event, for television users, we will replay both feeds, both the downlink feed in its entirety and the feed out of Building 2, Room 135 from the press conference room itself. We will replay both of those in their entirety for the use of our television audience.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
It looks like, per the teleprompter message that you sent up, our next L-cubed opportunity is 4 days, 01 hours, 22 minutes, and 2 seconds. And I guess when you're ready, we wouldn't mind getting an updated orbiter state vector, and we can then, sometime prior to that, type it into the grid.
Roger, Wex. Stand by. In Columbia, Houston, we think we have a good vector on board for you. Due to the water dump, the vector's not quite as good as it might be, and we should have an updated one in about 35 minutes. But you'll go for L cubed with the current vector.
Okay, thanks a lot.
In Columbia, Houston, we are ready for the press conference voice check whenever you are. In Columbia also, we're configured for video downlink.
Okay, stand by.
This Mission Control Houston with a reminder we're standing by to begin shortly a voice check with the crew for the crew conference to follow at about 8 o'clock this morning. The time for the voice check was nominally scheduled for 6 a.m. Central this morning. We may do it just a bit early. We expect that to take place here on orbit 64 over Tidris West. We just crossed the equator, moving from orbit 63 to 64. This Mission Control also upcoming on this pass across the face of the Earth in the continental United States at about the time or a few minutes after the voice check with the crew. Columbia will pass over Houston, and so for folks listening in the Houston area, there's a sighting opportunity with Columbia at 6:11 a.m. Central. The duration of the pass about 1 minute. The max elevation 66 degrees. Columbia should appear about 33 degrees above the west-southwest horizon and move to 65 degrees above the southern horizon. Again, a 1 minute pass at 66 degrees, appearing in the west-southwest, moving to the south. Just a few minutes later, Columbia will be visible from New Orleans at really the same time, about 6:11 or 6:12 a.m. That's moving fast, but that's orbital velocity for you. The max elevation from New Orleans, 62 degrees. Columbia will appear 15 degrees above the western horizon for New Orleans area and move to 60 degrees above the south-southwest horizon. On her next pass around the Earth, after having gone across the U.S. and then out over the Atlantic Ocean, across the southern tip of Africa, and then back around again, as the sun moves toward the west and rises over the United States, there will be a sighting opportunity in Tucson also later this morning. That'll be at 6:42 a.m. local, duration 2 minutes, max elevation 35 degrees. Columbia will appear about 15 degrees above the west-southwest and move to 33 degrees above the south-southwest. This Mission Control Houston now taking a live view from the orbiter Columbia as we prepare for a voice check with the crew. That will in turn prepare us, we hope, for the press conference to follow about 2 hours from now at 8:02 a.m. Central. This view is from the A camera, black and white camera, which while not able to convey to us the beauty of the colors of planet Earth, does give us a pretty good view of the stars beyond until it loses its downlink, and we've got a temporary loss of signal. We'll reestablish and then get on with the voice check.
Columbia, Houston, what a good-looking crew. In Columbia, Houston, be advised we have no downlink at this time. Columbia, Houston, radio check.
Houston, Columbia, yes, we are set up and ready.
Roger. Stand by 1. Columbia, Houston, we have good TV downlink. Are you ready for your voice check?
We certainly are.
JSC PAO, this is Houston. Give Columbia a call for your voice check.
Columbia, this is JSC PAO. Pardon me. Columbia, this is JSC PAO. I'm speaking from a microphone that'll be used for the press conference. How's my voice quality?
Roger, it's loud and pretty clear. It's readable, it's usable.
Columbia, this is JSC PAO. Your voice is loud and readable here. Please stand by for a second microphone check.
Okay, and whatever you did between the first call and this one, I think you improved a lot. I don't know if you were a little bit closer to the mic or what.
I cleared my throat. Thank you.
Columbia, this is JSC PAO. I'm speaking from a second microphone that will be used for the press conference. How is my voice quality?
That's very good.
Thank you, Columbia. Houston, we have completed the voice check from PAO.
Thank you, PAO. Columbia, this is Houston. We have a good voice check. We have good TV downlink, and we should be in good shape for our press conference scheduled at 0125.
Okay, we'll see you then.
In Columbia, Houston, were you physically located in the place that you plan to do the press conference?
No, I don't think so, because I think we'll have David up here instead of on the treadmill. But we aren't going to move the camera or anything, if that's what you wanted to know.
That's affirmed, Dan. We're concerned about the lighting.
What's wrong with the light?
Dan, when we first picked you up, we had the rather dark picture, but we think we fixed that.
Well, we're in the dark side. All the, I don't know, we put the screens in the back windows so if we came into the sun. And now we're on the sunlight side. We don't have all the window shades up, but, this is something we're going to have to contend with, I guess.
And Dan, we think it was just our initial camera setting, and if you leave things just as they are, we think we'll get a real good picture.
Okay, thanks.
Do you want the tags report?
Marcia, go ahead.
Well, Dan did the IFM on it, and I reloaded it and sent a piece of paper through it, and now not only do we have a jam light, but the developing light is stuck on.
Okay, copy jam light and developing light. In Columbia, Houston, our initial guess with respect to the tags problem is that the paper sensor may be covered up.
Say it again, Tammy, please.
Say again, Marcia.
What did you think the problem was?
Marcia, we suspect that the paper sensor is covered up.
Okay, Houston, I guess I'm not exactly familiar with where the paper sensor is, but there's something with some wires running out of it, dead center on the bar, or located right above the cutting bar a little bit, where that chute starts going aft. And if that's the paper sensor, it's not covered up.
Okay, Dan, we copy, and we'll take a look and get back with you.
Mission Control Houston, that concludes the downlink associated with our check of all of the lines and links that will enable us to pull off a crew press conference a little later this morning. That crew conference again is coming up at 8:02 a.m. Central Standard Time. The duration will be approximately 20 minutes. Accredited news media who wish to participate must be located in room 135, building 2 at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, and participants should be in place by no later then 7:50 a.m. Central.
Columbia, Houston, we have a couple switch throws for you on panel A14 when someone's available.
Go ahead.
Panel A14, RCS ohms heaters, ohms cross-feed line, A to off, B to auto, where we have some indications we have a problem with the A cross-feed heater and we want to check it out.
Okay, that's complete.
Roger, thanks.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Okay, you can call off the tags people for a second. We figured out what it was, and when I threaded those two strips of paper in, I didn't get it quite in the right area. So right now, I redid it, and Marsha's in the process of running through the paper until she gets some white paper, and then we'll give it a try again.
Super, thanks, Dan.
This is Mission Control, Houston, 3 days, 23 hours, 52 minutes. In just a couple of minutes, we expect to be taking some videotape from the orbiter Columbia. As we understand it, this is a replay of some scenes from yesterday's LDEF retrieval.
In Columbia, Houston, for your reference, we have some AOS and LOS times for your KU coverage when you're ready to copy.
And this view we're seeing here was recorded just a little while ago here in at the Johnson Space Center by the wizards at Building 8, our photo technology and television division. This is Columbia passing over Houston at 6:11 a.m. this morning.
Time occurs 4 days, 0 hours, 2 minutes, with LOS at 4 days, 0 hours, 19 minutes. And that window will correspond to the LDEF VTR playback. And the second window of time, 4 days, 1 hour, 26 minutes, with an LOS at 4 days, 1 hour, 55 minutes. And that window will cover your press conference. How copy?
Okay, we got it.
And that concludes a replay taped about 20 minutes ago of Columbia's passage over the Houston area this morning. The pass began at 6:11 a.m. local. Mission Control Houston on this wonderfully active morning, full of surprises. Our next shuttle television will be a VTR dump of LDEF retrieval activities taped yesterday. The pass for this VTR will take place on orbit 64 over Teeters East, upcoming shortly in about 9 minutes at 6:40 a.m. Central, or a mission elapsed time of 4 days, 0 hours, and 5 minutes. This is Mission Control Houston.
Columbia, Houston, we are ready for the VTR playback of the LDEF retrieve whenever you are.
Houston, Columbia, we're with you. We've picked out a few views from several tapes, and I think some you saw yesterday, some you haven't. Actually, I think you got quite a bit more TV than we did. We have some Earth views coming down right now, and we'll be showing those in between our queuing of the tapes. Right now, we're just across the coast of Africa.
Bonnie, we copy. Thanks. In Columbia, Houston, we were looking at using the A camera.
Say again, Houston.
In Columbia, Houston, we have good downlink.
Okay. And we're just using this since we can't edit on board. We'll use this Earth view as kind of the filler between the different segments as we queue them up.
We understand.
Okay, what you're seeing here are some of the video we took during the various burns as we approached LDEF yesterday. The burns we'd done the previous day really set us up in fine shape because most of the burns we did yesterday were relatively small and went off in fine style. I guess that's a real compliment to the many people that both designed and built the orbiter and those folks that maintain it and get ready to fly, because it's been a flawless flying bird so far this mission, and it proved that during the rendezvous yesterday.
I'm sure everyone's happy to hear that, Dan.
Probably isn't the world's greatest setup. You can see the sun coming through the front windows, but we weren't going to close up the windows when we were trying to fly, so it looms up a little bit. But what we have is Jim Weatherby in a pilot's seat, and myself in the commander's seat, and David Lowe is assisting us through the various burns. In fact, G. David was the one that kind of made sure everything happened on time in the various parts of the orbiter yesterday. He was kind of the scheduler and making sure everything got done when it was supposed to get done.
Roger.
And also see Bonnie over there preparing to do some of the arm work and get ready for the in-close work during the rendezvous and prox ops. Okay, here I think it's the first time we could see it and felt comfortable with it, so through the wonders of zero gravity, I was able to come back and make a check out of the COAS. Sorry, our coordination leaves a little bit to be desired here. But next we'll show we showed little bits of this last night, but we figured we'd run it again, and this is progressing on with the rendezvous, and this is the rest of it, most of it will be out looking outside.
We copy.
Okay, now you have playback of LDEF, and this is where we were coming up, approaching the V-bar, and once again, the burn had us set up in pretty good shape. We hit 1,000 feet, or approached 1,000 feet, a little bit high on energy, and did a few braking burns, got it under control by 1,000 feet, and went to low Z there, and it was our intent and desire to fly the complete approach in low Z to minimize the contamination on LDEF, and we were able to accomplish that. It flew very well, and through all the good training we received getting ready for this flight, we were able to pull it off, and we'd learned the little tricks of flying low Z, so it worked out quite well.
I think the whole training community concurs.
One of the things that's kind of interesting is, as big as LDEF is, looking out the window, you really got the impression you were a lot closer than you really were. So the range radar working as good as it did, it helped a lot during at least this phase coming up through the V-bar and up to the R-bar. Okay, we'll jump ahead a little bit now. As Bonnie keys that up, we'll show as we just about settling down on the R-bar. As you know, as we got up on the R-bar, we finalized our determination of the LDEF's attitude, and then we did a maneuver where we yaw the grapple fixture would be aligned with the arm, and it turned out once again that LDEF was very stable and made that remaining task quite easy.
Can we copy?
Okay, here we're up on the R-bar, and shortly after arriving at the R-bar, we went into night, hence the scene not being quite as nice as it was earlier. The lights in the payload bay lit the LDEF up quite nicely. It was one of the unknowns we had, and here you see us now in close looking through the grapple fixture. We had the streamlight backing up a little bit for coming down the R-bar. We had the streamlight available in case we didn't have sufficient lighting out of the payload bay and had it hooked up and checked out, but it turned out we didn't need that. From 250 feet in, the payload bay lights and the docking light worked fine, and we had a good visual reference all the way down. Okay, here we're once again coming up. We had good landmarks by knowing where the various panels are, and the panel that's now just coming in the center is the one that has a grapple fixture in it. And so we were going to try and stop on that in the fore and aft motion, and then just keep coming down until we had the grapple fixture. Once again, the rates being as low as they are is a little bit of the unknowns of operating in low Z. Quite often in training simulations, you can get in kind of a deadband battle and almost lose control of it, and that was something I was concerned about and worrying about, so we kept the rates real low so we had them well under control. Okay, there we stopped the fore-aft motion and are continuing to close on it.
Columbia.
This is, I guess, row 1 heading for 1 Charlie off on the left-hand side, those boxes. That's part of one of the panels from Don Lynn's experiment. Many of you know him. He used to be in the astronaut office. Now he's returned to academia, but has some experiments on board LDEF, and I'm sure he's as happy to get them back as everyone else is.
Roger that, Dan. We're about a minute and a half from LOS, and we're going to pick you up at 0026.
Okay. Well, we had a little bit of the berthing, so you're going to be able to pick that up there. We'll just get that queued up and give you that when you show up on the other side.
Dan, we copy.
Or if you prefer, we could just advance it up a little bit to the grapple and have that queued up for you.
Dan, we'd like you to queue up for the grapple.
Okay.
It's Mission Control, Houston, loss of signal through the eastern satellite, and that concludes our downlink from Columbia for now. We were taking some views that Dan Brandenstein was showing us on their onboard videotape. When we come up on the western satellite, we will be in an attitude that will have us in blockage for the first part of the pass. But as soon as we're able, we will get everything squared away and have Dan continue with a show and tell from yesterday.
Columbia, Houston, we're back with you through TDRS. How do you read?
Loud and clear, Houston.
And Columbia, Houston, be advised that the first part of our pass, we will have no KU coverage. We're in blockage.
Okay, fine.
Columbia, Houston, we should be out of blockage in about 30 minutes, so perhaps after lunch we can enjoy some more of the LDEF playback.
Okay, Houston, thanks.
Columbia, Houston, we have a new state vector coming up to you, and you'll want to use it for your next L-cubed pass. No response required.
Houston, Columbia for FEA.
Go ahead, Marcia.
I got your teleprinter message, and I can answer some of the questions. Probably the best idea is when you can configure for a live camcorder, let me show you what it looks like and talk to you about it real time. And I'll answer some of the questions. We see no debris or fine material. See no debris around the cracked region. It is the reservoir end. It's the reservoir end that is cracked. I can read you the power settings as I change them if you'd like. The location of the heater relative to the on position at the time the heater was turned off, I can only guess, and I'd say it was maybe 3/4 of the way down the sample. And the description of the crack and relative to the heater position now is best if you see it real time. And I can't answer if the limit switches are tripped because we can't see them. When I turned the heater power off, the heater had not gotten to the first limit switch.
Marcia, we copy. Stand by one. Columbia, Houston for Marcia.
Okay.
Yeah, Marcia, we discussed having you give us some FEA downlink earlier. However, we wanted to give y'all some time to eat, and we also did not want to disturb the configuration that had been set up for the press conference now that we've checked out the loops. If you can give us some downlink without disturbing your setup in half an hour or so and coordinate that with Dan's LDEF playback, we'll be happy to see it.
Okay, the configuration, I guess, is on your end. We will have the camcorder set up if you'd like.
Sounds good, Marcia.
Well, let me take that back. Since you only give us one TV cable, we can't do that until after the press conference because then we'd be out of configuration for the press conference.
Marcia, we concur, and we'll set up to get some good downlink after the press conference.
Okay.
And Columbia, Houston, you have a teleprinter message on board considering PDRS updates.
Okay, thanks.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're now at 4 days, 0 hours, 53 minutes mission elapsed time, and we believe we're going to get some unscheduled television from Columbia.
Columbia, Houston, we're less than a minute away from your Amos payload bay lighting test. We would like a mark, please, when you turn on the forward bulkhead light.
Roger. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go. Mark.
Copy, Wex. Thank you. In Columbia, Houston, we have a maneuver for you in order to ensure good KU coverage throughout our press conference when you're ready to copy.
Okay, stand by, and also be advised that it appears that the forward bulkheads are not working.
Wex, we copy, and we've seen an RPC trip down here.
Okay, thanks. And we're ready to copy the maneuver.
Wex, we'd like you to initiate this maneuver at an MET of 4 days, 1 hour, 10 minutes. You'll be maneuvering to a biased minus ZLV, minus YVV, target ID 2, body vector 5, pitch 100, yaw 0, Omicron 90, AOTO Vern. Read back.
Okay, Houston, at 4 days, 1 hour and 10 minutes, you'd like us to go to target ID of 2, body vector 5, and pitch of 100, yaw of 0, and Omicron of 90.
That's affirmed, Dan, and then after the press conference, we'll be returning back to your current attitude.
Okay, fine, thank you.
Columbia, Houston, we are ready to terminate circ pump ops, and we have a short procedure for you when you're ready to copy.
Go ahead.
On panel R4, hydraulic MPS TVC ISO valve 1 to close, talkback close. Panel R2, hydraulic circ pump 1 to GPC. And O17 row alpha, ATVCs, 4 switches to off. Read back.
Okay, the MPS TVC ISO number 1 is closed, talkback is closed, hide set pump 1 is GPC, and we'll take the ATVCs off now, all 4.
Thanks, Wex. Columbia, Houston, we have good KU coverage. However, due to the proximity of the press conference, you may want to wait and downlink the LDEF playback at a later time.
Okay, we agree.
In Columbia, Houston, we're enjoying watching your flight deck activities. Columbia, Houston, the orbiter state vector we promised you earlier is a little late getting up, but it should be on its way now.
Mission Control Houston, we've had a loss of signal as we're handing over between the western and eastern satellites. And a reminder, our next event is a conference with the crew that will begin at 8 or a few minutes after Central Standard Time, or at about 4 days, 1 hour, 25 minutes mission elapsed time. Again, that conference coming up shortly.
Columbia, Houston, the orbiter state vector we promised you earlier is a little late getting up, but it should be on board now.
Roger, thanks.
It's Mission Control Houston, we've now locked up again on the eastern satellite. We're taking Earth views from the orbiter Columbia. We're standing by to begin the press conference with the 5-member crew of STS-32 in a little more than 2 minutes.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Dan.
Okay, just getting a comm check.
Dan, we got you loud and clear. Columbia, Houston, we're ready for video downlink whenever you are.
Okay, Houston, it's in command. Have at it.
Woke up. Columbia, Houston, we have good video downlink. Are you ready for the press conference?
We are.
JSCPAO, this is Houston. Please go ahead with your call.
Columbia, JSCPAO, we're ready to proceed if you are.
Yes, we are, and this is Dan Branstein, Commander, STS-32, and we have the whole crew here, and we're ready to go.
Dan, this is Tony Clark with CNN. NASA tells us that you were able to lower the shuttle down to within 5 feet so that the arm was within 5 feet of LDEP when Bonnie was grappling it. Was it easier than in the simulations to position the shuttle there?
Well, it was about the same as the simulation, actually. There are a few little handling quality differences between the simulator and the actual shuttle, but nothing significant, and the training we did, I think, prepared us very well for it.
Marcia, this is Laura Tolley from the Associated Press. I was wondering, given the problems that you've had with the tag system on this flight and past missions, do you think those difficulties can be worked out?
I don't think I'm qualified to answer that question. I've just been pulling the paper out of it when it jams. I think it's a bigger problem than I can solve.
Jim Slade of ABC. Dan, you now have a different spacecraft in terms of what we've known in the past because you have a far-forward CG with LDEF in the cargo bay. How have you adjusted the landing profile to account for that? How will you do it differently than normal?
And we've lost the uplink with the voice. That question was cut off halfway through.
All right, Dan, you've got a different CG with LDEF in the payload bay. How will the shuttle fly differently, and how will you adjust the landing profile for that?
Okay, the question got partially cut off, but I believe it was the effect of what we plan to do with the forward CG as far as landing goes. And we plan to do nothing actually differently. The flight control system in the shuttle is a digital flight control system that pretty much compensates for that. Our only concern is that we get the vehicle on the deck at a reasonable speed so we don't run out of airspeed when we're trying to lower the nose. So we plan to land at 205 knots and 185 knots, as with any other mission, get the nose down. So we foresee no problems at all.
This is John Getter with KHOU-TV for any of the experienced scientific researchers aboard. When we announced that among LDEF's treasures were going to be literally millions of tomato seeds and that you were looking for lots of school kids to help in the research after that, we got literally thousands of phone calls. People who want to help, that want to be a part of this. I'd like to hear what your response to that is, and also what advice you might have that these kids should think about as they're getting ready to do their own space research.
Well, I guess there are, as far as I know, 43,000 schools and universities over the world that are participants in this tomato seed project. And when we bring the seeds back, they'll get little packages of the seeds that have been on LDEF and control seeds, and they'll be the ones to tell us what the comparison is. And as far as people trying to do their space research, take good notes.
Chet Lunner with Gannett News Service. Back to the landing, what is the major concern you're trying to avoid with this heavier cargo as you touch down?
The concern is with the forward CG that as you lower the nose, if you don't have enough airspeed, you lose control authority of the elevons, and you can end up with the nose slapping down harder than you would like, and there are limits that we work within, and that is probably the biggest concern, and due to the higher rolling friction on the lake bed is one of the reasons we ended up going to the runway for that reason. But the lower rolling friction will be able to maintain control and a little bit longer.
This is Mary Slangenstein with UPI for Bonnie. LDEF looked pretty beaten up yesterday, and I'm wondering what you think this is going to tell us about our ability to build something that can stay in space long-term for maybe 20 or 30 years. And are you concerned about any additional debris that may shake loose during re-entry or landing in the payload bay?
Well, LDEF has a number of experiments on it. I think there are over 56 and about 200 researchers. The experiments included a number of materials, some which didn't fare so well, but others which probably will, and that was the intent of this payload, to find out which materials we should be building space stations and spacecraft out of. So I think the data is invaluable, and it will help us make that selection in the next few years for space station. There are some pretty flimsy pieces hanging on there yet, mostly the thin foil. Some of them that probably were a little less than 5 mils when we started this project, and we may lose them, but I'm hoping the photo survey will give us enough information to know what it looked like before we put it in the payload bay.
This is Bruce Hall at CBS News for Commander Brandon Stein. Dan, you reportedly told several friends and relatives that if this was a successful trip, and so far you've had a very successful recovery of LDEF, that you might be hanging it up as an active astronaut not seeking any more flights. Now you've had this very successful recovery. Is this your last flight?
Dick Giuliano from AP Radio for Bonnie Dunbar. You had an alarm going off on the robot arm when you were attempting the grapple yesterday. How much of a hindrance or concern was this to you? And what was the problem?
I immediately discounted it as an anomaly that we didn't need to stop for. It sounded more like a tone coming from the speaker it sounded like the speaker maybe was getting some interference. It did not sound like the tone, and we had no corresponding data such as caution warning messages, alerts, or lights. So there was no confirming information that said that it was in fact an alarm or a warning tone. It was intermittent, and we just continued on.
Stephen Govain, KTRK-TV Houston for Wex or David. Two events this past week were showstoppers and hard acts to follow. What do you look forward in this coming week as perhaps a highlight?
Well, now we've got to get down to work. We've got about 5 more days up here of working on some scientific MIG-deck experiments, as well as about 3 or 4 or 5 medical experiments. This is the second longest shuttle mission that we've had so far, so we can do some good material science experiments up here, and we can also get some very good medical data, and that's what we'll be doing mostly for the rest of these 5 days.
Jim Asker with Aviation Week. This is for Dan and Wex. Regarding Dan's comments about a little bit of trickiness in tweaking the orbiter along the z-axis, I'm wondering if you were docking the orbiter with a space station today, how would you do it? Would you tweak it along? Would you use the orbiter's arm to grab the space station or the station's arm to grab the orbiter? And do you think this is something that different pilots would want to do different ways?
Columbia Houston, be advised that Dan's transmission is not getting down to the ground. Columbia Houston, be advised that Dan's last transmission did not get down.
Okay, we'll try that last one again then. The space station docking procedures and hardware are still in development phase, and I guess I'm not up to date on exactly which way they're leaning, but from the orbiter flying qualities in that environment, I'm very confident that the orbiter can get into position either to dock with a docking fixture on the space station, or certainly close enough where an arm type mechanism could grab a hold of it and join the two together.
This is Frédéric Castel with Agence France-Presse. Commander, life on board the shuttle has been compared to camping. After 10 days in space this time, will you recommend longer flights, and which are the limiting factors to live with in such small environment?
I'll let Jim Weatherby answer that one.
I think probably the limiting factor is the number of rookies that you bring aboard. We have 3 rookies on board this time, and I must say it took us a couple of days to get our feet firmly planted on the ceiling, so to speak, and we still kind of bump around and knock into each other every once in a while. But the old veterans, Dan and Bonnie, are taking care of us.
This is Paul Hoverston with USA Today, and a question for Bonnie. Can you describe for us the scene in the cabin once you actually grappled the LDEF? Was there any time for back slaps or handshakes?
I think it was very quiet. Unfortunately, pins don't drop up here. And after a few minutes, we knew we had to press. We had a big day still left, but I think we were all very happy and relieved that we'd finally gotten it.
Mark Rowe.
Mark Rowe, Houston Chronicle. I wonder if the first-time flyers might give a brief description of the experience if you could give a few impressions of your first space flight, please.
I'll bet you they'd love to.
I guess I'll start out. As Wex said earlier, getting used to zero gravity is somewhat fun and at the same time somewhat awkward, but I think after 4 or 5 days we're finally getting used to that. The most impressive thing of all is looking out and seeing the Earth below us. It's people can tell you what it looks like, but you really have to be up here to see it, and that it almost takes your breath away, and you can spend hours and hours. Unfortunately, so far we haven't been able to do that.
I thought on ascent I was surprised in that it seemed exactly like the simulator except for the acceleration, of course. It surprised me that I wasn't thinking about too much other than what I was doing. I thought I might be looking out the window or thinking about how neat it was or how fun it was, but of course we have a lot of displays to be looking at and systems to monitor and make sure that they're working correctly. And I wasn't really thinking of anything other than monitoring those systems. The first chance I had to think about what we were really doing was the first time I saw the moon come up, and I looked at it for about 2 seconds and then went back to work.
Vic Ratner from ABC News.
Well, my standard line is I guess they've said it all, and they sort of have said it all. I guess I get more involved emotionally in everybody else's mission than my own, and I haven't had time so far on this one to just sit back and think about it. But it's pretty neat, actually, to be up here floating around.
Vic Ratner from ABC News. Question for Dan Brandenstein. Living for 10 days in those cramped quarters is hardly comfortable. As the commander, what can you do to give your people a little space, a little privacy, any place that somebody can go to just be by themselves?
Well, you don't have a lot of flexibility. You said it, it's a cramped space, and one of the things I think that help out a little bit, we try and keep it pretty tidy as best we can, and looking around here in this view, you probably wouldn't think that, but most of the things you see here are cameras that we have out ready to use. But by keeping the mid-deck kind of stowed clear, it gives folks a little bit room to maneuver, and you have the airlock where you can go into every once in a while if you want to be a recluse for a few seconds, and there's not a lot of places to hide or anything, but after working together for a year getting ready for the flight, everybody on the crew gets along very well, and the opportunity to be up here just makes it so good that you don't really have any problems.
Stephen Govain, KTRK TV, Houston. I'm proud to ask a question of the commander for Mrs. Milbrath's 6th grade class in Watertown, Wisconsin.
They thank you for the autograph picture, and they also want to know, do you use chlorella as a source of oxygen or food supply? And have you or any of your crew members seen or felt asteroids hitting the shuttle?
Well, we get our oxygen from some cryogenic or liquid oxygen in tanks that we carry along with us. And no, we didn't see any asteroids, and or at least not yet. Although when we get LDEF back, we'll certainly be able to. People will be able to see that some micrometeorites have impacted upon it.
It's John Getter with KHOU-TV again. I'd like to ask you to give us kind of a general, as non-technical description as you can of the overall condition of the LDEF, and what the biggest insight you think might be that will come from it for the folks that are planning the space station here.
Well, in looking at it, I think we see the biggest change on the leading edge, which was expected. For 5 years, only one or two rows have really been exposed to the RAM side of the atomic oxygen and so forth. And what they're going to find out is which materials are going to survive that kind of environment. I think that in looking at the trays and the complexity of some of those experiments, they've got enough information to do that. And hopefully they can refurbish LDEF and put it up again in the future with more advanced materials.
This is Laura Tolley from the Associated Press for the Commander. Since you've had such a successful mission retrieving the LDEF, could you kind of say what that means to the overall space program also?
Well, I think retrieving LDEF was just part of making this as a successful mission, but it was a big part, and we're happy it was accomplished. And its contribution is that all of these various types of materials that have been exposed to space for over 5 years will now be studied, and that will give us the capability to design better, more durable spacecraft and space stations in the future.
Tony Clark with CNN. The other objective is to see how astronauts do in space over a long period of time. Commander, how is your crew doing? You've been on other flights. Is this crew, especially the novices, are they doing any better? Are the drugs that you all take, the exercise, that sort of thing, is that helping any?
I think everyone's been doing great. We've gotten all of our objectives accomplished this far, and I've been very busy doing it. So, as Jim Weatherby mentioned, rookies have a little learning curve to go through, is how to operate in this environment. But as far as being productive, everyone's done an outstanding job.
Mickey Higginbotham, Florida today. Can you give us some insight into what kind of shots you're getting with IMAX and what kind of results you're getting on the Lightning experiment?
We took some shots of IMAX over Africa yesterday. The cloud conditions, I think, made it such that maybe they weren't as spectacular as we would like. We're going to attempt to get some spectacular shots, of course, in the next 4 or 5 days. And we'll continue looking for lightning storms. The lightning storms are pretty incredible. The lightning sometimes comes over a large scale. It's not just isolated in one area. You'll see lightning that extends over a period of several miles, and it's pretty interesting.
That concludes the conference. Thank you, Columbia.
Well, thank you. We enjoyed doing it.
And Columbia Houston, thank you. Great job.
Well, we'll talk to you later.
This is Mission Control Houston, 4 days, 1 hour, 46 minutes. Mission elapsed time. We've concluded a press conference.
Houston, be advised, we're looking out the payload bay now.
Concluded a press conference with the crew of Columbia, and we're now taking views of the southern tip of the African continent as Columbia passes over here on the end of orbit 65. About another 8.5 minutes remaining in this pass through Tidris. And this is Mission Control, Houston.
Columbia, Houston, we're looking for a weather report from you. We'd like to know if on our Rev 64 opportunity for our GUIS current, you'll be able to take some photographs given the cloud cover.
want to take a look from the previous pass. I doubt that it would have gotten any better, and it was pretty bad. But we're going to stand by and see if we can get it.
Thanks, Dan. Columbia, Houston, would like a tag status report when you get a chance.
Stand by 1, Tammy.
Roger, Dave. Columbia, Houston, we're about 2 minutes from Tidris LOS. We'll see you on the west side at 203.
Okay, we'll see you there, and I'll give you the tags report at that time.
Sounds good. Columbia, Houston, we're back with you through Tidris. How do you read?
Read you loud and clear, Tammy.
Bonnie, we have you the same.
Houston, Columbia for tags.
Go ahead, Marcia.
Okay, we got white paper coming out of it. Send away.
Good work. We'll have something up to you shortly. And Columbia, you have a go to return back to your minus ZLV attitude that you were in before the press conference.
Okay, we'll go back to attitude.
In Columbia, Houston, be advised we're in KU blockage for about the next half an hour. But when we come out, we'll have a tags message ready to send up.
Okay, we'll see you then.
Houston, Columbia for RMS.
Go ahead, Columbia.
We're fixing to power it up.
Roger, Marcia, we'll be watching.
And I assume you want us to record the survey.
Marcia, stand by 1. I'll check. Columbia, Houston for Marcia.
Go ahead.
Marcia, we have no hard requirement for recording the RMS survey. However, if you see something interesting that you think is worthy of recording, you have a go to do that.
Okay, we'll do it.
Columbia, Houston for Dan.
Stand by.
Go ahead, Tammy.
Dan, we wanted to let you know that the press conference went very well. There was one answer that did not get down to your question, to the question concerning your future in terms of flying in space.
Oh, it didn't?
No, it sure didn't. And I think you might have hit the icon button. But we wanted to give you the opportunity to answer that question again if you wanted to take it.
Is somebody looking for my job or what? I conceivably maybe hit the wrong button and hit the icon button, but no, what I told him was that statement was attributed to my mother, and I believe it to be a mother's wishful thinking.
Good answer. And Columbia, your Orbit 1 team has enjoyed another productive day, and we'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow. We're handing over to Orbit 2, and you'll be talking to Jim Voss.
Okay, great. Thanks for all your help today.
Our pleasure.
Houston, Columbia for RMS.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Hi, Jim. About to start the direct drive test if they all want to watch.
Okay, thanks a lot. Columbia, Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
Dan, we had sent you a message earlier with some FEA questions on it, and we have an opportunity for the downlink of the camcorder. We have KU coverage that begins in about a half an hour. The exact time is 4 days, 3 hours and 3 minutes. And we have LOS of KU coverage at 4 days, 3 hours and 32 minutes. So we'll have about a half an hour of coverage, and if possible, we'd like to get that downlink of the FEA at that time.
Okay, we'll have something.
Okay, thanks. Columbia, Houston for Dan.
Go ahead.
Dan, I have a message for you. It says, "Hi, Dad. Hi, guys. Have the killer tomatoes attacked yet? Love, Adele."
Well, I don't know. We'll say hi back to her, and we're, as she could...
Columbia, Houston. Dan, we were handing down to VTS, and so we lost the last part of your message. We waved at Adele for you, and we're getting good downlink TV of the RMS.
Okay, great.
This is Mission Control Houston. Mission elapsed time 4 days, 2 hours, and 41 minutes. We're taking some live television from the payload bay of Columbia as Mission Specialist Marcia Ivins drives the remote manipulator system, getting a little time herself on the arm. This particular exercise in support of a DTO, or on-orbit investigation, in the direct drive mode of the RMS. The intention of the exercise is to gather some additional data on the integrity of the robot arm joints and brakes. And in the course of the exercise, Marcia will be driving the arm over and firing up the end effector camera to take a look at the starboard elevon.
Columbia, Houston, we're watching your end effector camera downlink now.
Okay, we'll have something for you to look at in just a sec.
Okay, thanks.
This is Mission Control Houston. Our next NASA Select television event is Change of Shift press conference with off-going Orbit 1 Flight Director Al Pennington coming up on the half hour at 9:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. During our next television event, this upcoming Change of Shift briefing with off-going Orbit 1 Flight Director Al Pennington, the downlink television that's in progress will be released locally here at the Johnson Space Center on the PAO-1 release circuit. And we'll be televising our Change of Shift briefing local only here at JSC.
Is that more recognizable? Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
We'd like to have our cameras, please.
Okay, Marcia, sorry about that.
I know you're a little impatient. We'll get there.
Roger. Didn't know it was happening.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Okay, we got IMAX picture with on tags, and last time I went over that area, it was kind of like the map showed here, but there were a few more low cirrus clouds in there, and there was no phenomena you could see in the ocean at all, so we didn't fire it, but we'll be ready to go and take a look at it again.
Okay, Dan, and how was the quality of your tags message?
Quality is excellent.
Well, good. Congratulations. We hope that it's fixed, and we'll send you some more stuff later to verify that it really is working okay.
Yeah, it's been kind of on again, off again all mission, so if this fixed it and we can consistently get it, it'll be great.
Okay, Dan, and one question. Was this a half of a photo, or was it a complete photo?
Actually, there are two complete photos.
Okay, two complete ones. Good. Thanks a lot.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
We have finished the survey as written in the book, what we'd like to do is go back to the start position and look at that place again.
Yeah, that's fine with us,
What
Marcia.
we want to do,
Go ahead.
Houston, a tile is in fact missing out there, and just get a little closer so we can zoom in on it and get a good look at it.
Okay, we have no problem with that, Dan. We concur.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Dan.
Okay, from your area, how much detail are you interested in looking at this tile missing? Are you, aren't you? Or...
Just stand by, Dan. Columbia, Houston, reference your question, Dan. We believe that the missing tile is farther outboard. If you could zoom out so we could take a broader look, we'd appreciate that.
It's zoomed out now, Jim.
Say again, David?
We're zooming out all the way right now.
Houston, is it inboard or outboard?
Marshall, we think that it's right out at the end of the elevon, way out there where the white, it's a white tile that we believe is missing. Way out at the end by the juncture between the white and the dark area of the elevon. Columbia, Houston, could we get you to zoom in just a little bit so we can take a better look? Thank you. Columbia, Houston, if we could get you to drive your wrist yaw to plus 3.5 degrees, we should have the supposed missing tile in the center of the field of view.
So you want the wrist yaw 2 plus 35, is that right?
That's affirmative, plus 3.5. And now we need a wrist pitch to minus 4.5. The area we're looking at is if you follow the leading edge of the wing up the RCC to where the dark area is, there's the white corner right there is where the tile is supposed to be missing, just above the dark strip on the elevon. You should be centered on it now, and if you zoom in, maybe pitch up just a little bit more, and that's where it's missing. It's at the top of the screen now. Columbia, Houston, the triangular-shaped tile that's just to the right of the center of your screen is the one that we're trying to focus in on. And wonder if you can give us any words about your view of it. We can't tell if it's missing or not.
Houston, Columbia. Looking at it with the binoculars, now you got to zoom in on which one. It looks like there's the surface or a part of the surface may be broken away, but it looks like at least some of the base material and stuff is there. It's kind of hard to tell how much is gone and how much is there.
Okay, Dan, thanks for the report. And Dan, we have no concern about that tile if it is missing. We just wanted to make sure that was the only one and take a look at it.
Okay, thanks.
This is Mission.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Yes, what time would you like us configured for camcorder downlink?
We'd like for you to do that now if you could.
Okay, I'd like to wait until Marcia has the arm put away so that I don't interfere with her cameras and monitors.
Yeah, we could just hold. We could hold the RMS right where it is, if that's all right with you, and get that camcorder shot of the FEA while we have the KU band. We're going to lose that in about 20 minutes.
Okay, I'll do it real quick.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're looking at a live view from the end effector camera of the robot arm aboard Columbia, located just to the right of the center of the screen is a triangular space or gap between two large white tiles and the black regions of the right outboard wing, outboard edge there. That gap there is a result of a missing tile. Flight controllers here in Houston looking to confirm that tile was missing based on evidence found at the launch site after liftoff by the debris team. There's nothing critical about this particular tile. There will be no impact or effect on continued operations or landing. Just an opportunity to, during the RMS DTO, take a look over there and confirm that what evidence was found did in fact relate to the location hypothesized.
Okay, Houston, Columbia, we're sending you the camcorder downlink now.
And we're getting it, Marcia. If you could just tell us what we're seeing and narrate as we go along and tell us a little bit more about it. And then I have a couple of specific questions when you're done.
Okay, the heater element, can you locate the heater element, and then I can go from there.
Yeah, we're looking. Stand by.
The heater element is just a little to the top of the center of the screen, and what you're looking at is the reservoir end of the ampule. The heater element is the biggest white circular thing. The ampule is going through it. The indium is to the bottom, pointing towards the bottom, and the reservoir end is at the top.
Okay, we've got that. Thank you.
Okay, if you see an inverted Y-shaped line that goes from the reservoir pointing towards the heater element, that is the crack. It's a straight line down the end cap, and then it Y's off, going to the left and the right towards the heater element.
Roger, Marcia, we can see that.
When I looked at this earlier, I think there was a second crack. If you follow the Y that comes off the right, then there's another vertical line that cracks back towards the reservoir.
Okay, Marcia, we're looking for that. Maybe if you can move your light around back and forth a little bit, because we get some glare, maybe we can get different looks at it with a different glare.
Okay, well, I'm on the flight deck talking, and Bonnie's down there driving, so we'll do it best we can.
Okay, that's helping a lot. It gives us a different perspective every time she moves it. Marcia, we're still taking a look at it, and we're seeing if there's anything else they need to look at while we're in there with the camcorder. And moving the light around like that really does help us to see the cracks and to look for the other branches of the crack.
Okay, Bonnie's got a comment for you. Yes, Houston, just looking at it, it appears that possibly the micro switch didn't activate or was depressed or bent, and the heater went too far. As far as the crack on the end, which you're looking at, I don't see any debris from it at all. It's a clean crack, and it looks like it has one end point on the edge, and then, as Marcia said, Y's around the edge. But we put mirrors on the bottom of the furnace so we could take a look at the bottom of the melt zone, and looking down along the mirrors, I don't see any pieces missing or any free-flying debris.
Okay, thank you, Bonnie. Columbia, Houston, Marcia, the part of the crack we can see best is the base of the Y and the first branches of the Y. Could you move the camera back and forth a little, maybe to the right, as you're looking at it, so we can try to see the other parts of the crack?
Can you do that, Bonnie? Okay, well, I'll work at that. I'm sort of working free-floating here, and you'll have to forgive me if it goes a little bit out of focus.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're experiencing a short period of KU-band antenna blockage. We expect to have video back in just a moment.
Bear with us, Houston. We'll get there.
Roger, Marshall. Columbia, Houston, We're wondering if there's any white powder of any sort on the right side of the sample that may have come from the heater element.
That's a negative on that, and that's about as good as she can get the camcorder wedged in there, the picture you see now.
Okay, yeah, I think we were able to see it pretty well. Thanks a lot for doing that for us.
Okay, well, we'll terminate that then.
All right, and when you're ready, Marcia, I have a couple of questions for you concerning the setup of the sample. Columbia, Houston, Marcia, we can have the questions on FEA later if you'd like to finish the survey first. Your option.
Okay, well, hold on. Let me get something to write with, and I'll take your questions now. Okay, Jim, I'm ready.
Okay, Marcia, the first one's an easy one. We'd like the translation start time from payload ops, page 3-24 for sample 4. And
okay, stand by. Let me get that checklist, and I can maybe read them to you as we go.
Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're looking at some live views from the end effector camera on the end of the RMS, poised over Columbia's starboard wing. The blank triangular gap on the surface of Columbia's wing there, just right to the center of the frame, is a location for a missing tile. Flight controllers here on the ground were hoping to find this location and confirm the tile was missing based on evidence found at the launch site after liftoff by the debris team.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Okay, start again with your questions. Maybe I can answer them as we go.
Okay, page 3-24 of the payload ops checklist, the translation start time for sample 4.
2 days, 22 hours, 15 minutes.
Okay, and the next one probably is going to have to come from memory. We'd like for you, if you can, to give us a fairly detailed description of how you developed the float zone, including power settings and MET of the power settings, if you have them, or approximate time between them.
Started it at 50 watts at 2 days, 20 hours, and 34 minutes. And at 55 minutes, we went to 55. 22 hours, 38 minutes, I went to 52. 22 hours, 55 minutes, went to 50. 23 hours, 28 minutes, went to 44. 23 hours, 44 minutes, went to 41. And the reason there's such a large swing in there is that we were doing this while we were chasing after LDEF, and I was taking pictures and noticed that the zone got too big. And I noticed that because we had so many burns, the thing was really rocking and rolling in there, so I turned the power way down to try to get the zone smaller before all the burns.
Okay, Marcia, we had some dropouts during the first part. If you could start back again with your power settings and the times, we would appreciate it.
Okay, the heater power was on at 2 days, 20 hours, 34 minutes, 50 watts. Final heater power setting was 55 watts. Translation began at 22:15. Prior to that, at 21:55, I went to 55 on the heater power. At 22:29, I went to 50. 22:38 went to 52. 22:55 went to 50. 23:28 went to 44. 23:44 went to 41.
Okay, Marcia, we have a good copy on that. Do you have any other words about it?
Yeah, at 3 days, 0 hours, 45 minutes, we had a burn and things were fine. At 47 minutes, we had a burn and things were fine. And at 58 minutes, we had a burn and things were also fine. I did not log the time when we got the message and when I turned the power off.
Okay, we copied all that. Thanks.
Is that it for your questions?
Yeah, I believe that's all that we have. Thank you for all the information. If you think of anything else, just let us know.
Okay. In Houston, we're back with the RMS now.
Okay, Marcia, we're watching. Columbia, Houston, we see the photo survey is complete. We'd like to remind you about the wrist roll test to be done before you finish cradling. And we're going to go LOS in about 2 minutes. We'll be back with you at 3 hours and 40 minutes.
We're going to do it. See you there.
This is Mission Control Houston at mission elapsed time 4 days, 3 hours and 30 minutes. We're about to lose signal through the tracking and data relay satellite east. During this last pass, we had the chance to look at some live downlink television, both camcorder television from the crew cabin, looking at the fluid experiment apparatus ampule, which the crew reported to be cracked. Flight controllers had a very excellent view of it here on the ground with which to troubleshoot and prepare any potential in-flight maintenance procedures. In addition to that, we looked at some live views in the payload bay using the end effector camera of the remote manipulator system as in conjunction with a planned detailed test objective that is a on-orbit demonstration of the remote manipulator system to gain additional data in drive rates and brakes and functioning of the various joints of the arm. Took advantage of that exercise to move the arm.
Go ahead, Columbia. We have about 30 seconds.
Yeah, no joy on that IMAX pass again. There were some both thin low clouds and what ocean I could see had nothing of uniqueness in it.
Okay, thanks, Dan.
And we've lost signal through the tracking and data relay satellite east, but to continue the end effector camera was manipulated over just above the outboard edge of the starboard wing of Columbia, as taking advantage of the opportunity to look for possible missing tile or tiles. Some evidence was found at the launch site just after liftoff by the debris team that indicated some screed or a surface repair material on one of the tiles in that area had debonded and come off during flight. In fact, it was difficult to find the location on the wing because, in fact, there was no dark space or gap clearly visible, indicating that a complete tile was missing, and that, in fact, was the case. The tile itself remained bonded, but what was missing, and on top of that tile was the repair surface, which had debonded and was found at the launch site. There was one other gap further inboard on the elevon of the right wing, but neither of those tile anomalies represent any problem. Neither are critical in the entry and landing phases of flight, and it was just a little serendipitous bit of data that we had the opportunity to drive the arm and catch in conjunction with that DTO. Our next NASA Select television event is scheduled to be a satellite replay of the post-shift change of shift briefing with Al Pennington, Orbit 1 flight director. Again, that replay coming up momentarily. We were off the satellite bringing incoming television from the orbiter during the course of that shift briefing, and it was broadcast live, local only. So we'll bring that shift briefing to the satellite viewers of NASA Select following very shortly.
Columbia, Houston, back with you on the west satellite.
Henry, loud and clear.
Houston, Columbia for RMS.
Go ahead, Columbia.
We're about to start the drive the wrist roll around part, if you're watching.
Okay, we're watching. Thanks.
Okay, Houston, you might could see we have a control error. It happened at 188.4.
Okay, thanks, Marcia.
And that was in Vernier.
Roger, we copy.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
You want us to go to the power down, or is there something else you want us to do?
Columbia, Houston, we would like for you just to finish zeroing wrist roll and then complete your power down per the procedure.
This is Mission Control Houston at mission elapsed time 4 days, 3 hours, and 51 minutes. Columbia beginning the ascending node of orbit 67. We're currently processing S-band voice and telemetry through the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite West. During the last orbit, in conjunction with a RMS DTO, that in NASA-EASE means a on-orbit demonstration of some various operating modes using the manipulator arm, being driven by Marcia Ivins today. This exercise presented the opportunity for the crew to manipulate the end effector camera out over the starboard wing of Columbia to look for a potential tile damage or a missing tile based on some evidence that was found at the launch site after liftoff last week. The debris team there had found some screed or surface repair material with some serial ID numbers on it, and correlated that to a position on the outside edge of the starboard wing. So with interest in locating a possible damaged or missing tile, not of any consequence, but certainly of some interest, flight controllers asked the crew to take the opportunity during the DTO to go out and look at the wing. They did so. We got some live downlink television of the end effector camera, and were able to locate the position, and in fact confirmed that the tile was not missing. The tile was bonded in its place, but in fact the surface repair material, the screed, which had been found in the launch complex area, was all that was missing. So no concerns there. Another spot on the outboard elevon, which appeared to the uninformed eye to be another missing tile. It was appeared to be a black square or gap amongst a field of white tiles. In fact, was a black tile and not a missing tile at all. So the appearance of the starboard wing was very good. I don't see any no concerns with the screed missing off of the outboard tile location that they looked at. There's still a lot of tile material left in that location. That's not a critical location during launch and entry procedures anyway. In addition, we looked at some live downlink camcorder video that looked inside the fluid experiments apparatus at the indium ampule, which the crew had reported a slight crack in, and we saw a Y-shaped crack just at the base of the ampule. It gave flight controllers here in Houston quite a bit of data with which to go off and determine when, whether, or how to recommence FEA operations, or whether or not some in-flight maintenance would be called for, or whether or not it would be prudent to discontinue. Flight controllers collaborating on all of the options here at this time, and very much aided by some excellent downlink television provided by the crew of Columbia. Crew aboard Columbia continuing to drive the remote manipulator system. Flight controllers here on the ground watching that telemetry. Arm will very shortly be recradled in its stowed position, or in its in its carriers along the Port Longeron of the payload bay. There are plans to continue the RMS DTO later in the flight in efforts to obtain additional data on the integrity of the joints and drive rates and brakes on the remote manipulator system. The RMS is not flown on every vehicle, and when we do fly it and we feel we have a healthy arm, we'd like to take advantage of the opportunity to learn a little bit more about the equipment. So before the next few days are out, Mission Specialist Marsha Ivins and G. David Lowe will both gain some time on the arm, in addition to the hours of time that Bonnie Dunbar has registered operating the arm in the last few days. This is Mission Control. The PDRS officer here in the flight control room confirms that the robot arm is in its cradle and latched down.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, David.
Yeah, Jim, you can probably see that when we took the power off the arm, we got 3 slip messages: the slip wrist yaw, wrist roll, and slip all.
Okay, we saw that. Thank
you. From what
you.
we had before. Before we had 5 joints in the all, and this time we only had 2 wrist joints, 2 of the wrist joints.
Okay, thanks for the report, because sometimes we don't see everything that you do in your fault zone.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
RMS operations are complete. What would you like me to do with the heaters?
Marsha, we'd like the alpha heaters in auto, please.
Okay.
And good work on the survey. We appreciated the look at the tile.
We appreciate the chance to drive the arm around.
And it's good to have another experienced arm operator in the office.
Even if it's with only one switch.
This is Mission Control Houston at mission elapsed time, 4 days, 4 hours and 45 minutes. The air-to-ground airwaves pretty quiet right now as the crew aboard Columbia busy on the middeck, occupied about this time with continued American flight echocardiograph data takes and some continued treadmill exercise and efforts to condition the crew's cardiovascular and cardiorespiratory systems to adapt to the return home after an extensive 10-day flight. Flight controllers here in Houston been pursuing options and strategies on a couple of projects we've had going this morning. One of those related to the fluid experiment apparatus, which the crew reported finding a cracked sample ampule in. We had a chance to look at some live downlink television earlier this morning, provided by the crew with their camcorder, which demonstrated very clearly for flight controllers and analysts on the ground the Y-shaped crack at the base of the ampule. There are some flight rules that caution against use of the FEA when a sample ampule is broken. The primary concerns being spread of the sample material inside to the crew cabin or in free-floating glass. Didn't appear to be either of those conditions apparent, and flight controllers now working together to prepare possible in-flight maintenance to repair and continue FEA operations, or to simply remove the sample and continue, or trying to at least reach a consensus as to whether or not FEA should be discontinued. But FEA operations are suspended at this point until a consensus can be reached. The other project under work here in the flight control room right now is some brainstorming regarding the continued evidence of water in the area of the humidity separators underneath the middeck floor. Both in the morning and evenings in the last few days, as the crew has gone underneath the floor to change out the lithium hydroxide canisters. They have noted residual water down in that bay around the humidity separators, and with the HumSep B failed with a leak, and HumSep A continuing to perform very well, regulating cabin humidity as it should, showing no fluctuations or problems in its pressures. The leading hypothesis is that the accumulating water under there is water continuing to seep out of the broken HumSep.
Columbia, Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
We sent you a tags message a few minutes ago. It should be on board. Reference the treadmill activity coming up. Wonder if you got that and have a response?
Yes, we just got it, and we are scurrying around to get ready for some downlink, so stand by.
Okay, thanks a lot. Now I have a couple of other notes for you when you're ready.
Okay, just a minute.
This is Mission Control. We're anticipating a little unscheduled downlink television from the crew aboard Columbia. Mission Specialist Bonnie Dunbar warning folks on the ground that they have some views they'd like to show us. So while satellite viewers of NASA Select will see their program interrupted with some non-standard video viewers here at the Johnson Space Center, we'll have an opportunity to watch the live TV.
Okay, one you probably know about, the pre-sleep activities and sleep time are both slipped 1 hour. So pre-sleep will begin at 6 hours MET, and sleep will begin at 9 hours MET. One other one from the surgeon, they would like for you to give us the LCD numbers on the SPM and verify that the SPM 0 check was performed today.
Okay, the check was done. The numbers were 0 and .008.
Okay, we copy 0 and .008, and you did the 0 check. Thanks.
Okay, the 0 check was done.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Be ready in a couple minutes.
Say again, Columbia.
Stand by.
We're standing by.
Houston, Columbia, are you getting downlink?
And we've got a good view of Wixby running on the treadmill now. Thanks a lot. Columbia, Houston, he's looking real strong, but he's smiling, so he needs to run faster.
This is just his warm-up. He wanted to know, or let the docs know that after this warm-up, he'd put on all of his instrumentation and do it again.
Okay, we appreciate that. Thanks.
Houston, Columbia, we anticipate that WEX will probably run clear across Africa in the next half hour, but we're going to terminate our downlink now.
Okay, we see that, and we think that anybody that can train like that running across Africa could probably enter the Houston Marathon tomorrow. And if David wants to join him, you could probably win because your time would only take about 6 seconds.
Affirmative.
Thank you for your help, and the people who made the request appreciate it.
You're welcome.
This is Mission Control Houston. NASA Select is now broadcasting again on SATCOM F2R. Satellite viewers had their program temporarily interrupted while we brought some downlink television in here to the Johnson Space Center. And when we did, we had the opportunity to watch Columbia's pilot Jim Weatherby jogging across the South Atlantic Ocean on the treadmill in Columbia's middeck.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Yeah, so I just wonder if you have any idea when we might get some words back on FEA.
Bonnie, we're working on that right now. They're still scurrying around trying to find out if we want to do anything with it, and if so, what the procedure would be. We'll keep you posted if we find out anything anytime soon. We think that we won't get around to doing anything today just because of the time, and we'll shoot for tomorrow probably.
Okay. Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
One of the things we might want to think about for tomorrow if we have time is we do have camcorder data on the first two samples, and if time permitting, we can do some downlink of that and talk about some of the phenomena that we saw and the effect of treadmill and burns on the microgravity disturbance experiment.
That sounds real good. Everyone's nodding their heads, and we think that would be a good thing. Do you want to try to do that today?
I'd like to pull that together if I can for the rest of the day, and we can try that early tomorrow when we can get the cameras reconfigured and so forth.
Okay, that sounds fine for us. Thank you. Columbia, Houston, we're about a minute away from LOS. We'll be back with you at 5:18.
This is Mission Control Houston. At mission elapsed time, 4 days, 5 hours, 9 minutes. We've passed out of range of the tracking and data relay satellite system. We're due to acquire signal again in just about 8.5 minutes through the western satellite. During this loss of coverage, we plan to replay the live television that we received from Columbia, specifically from the middeck depicting some treadmill activities there. That replay will be coming up momentarily. This is Mission Control Houston. We're now processing S-band telemetry through the tracking and data relay satellite west, standing by for voice contact.
Columbia, Houston, we're back with you on the west satellite.
And the first part of your transmission was loud and clear.
Okay, we had a little drop out there. We think we should be back with you strong now.
Sounds good.
Columbia, Houston, I have a couple of notes for you about MLE and your crew TV tomorrow morning when you're ready.
Stand by. Ready to copy.
First of all, on MLE, near the end of your 68th orbit, there's a large developing afternoon thunderstorm in Botswana and Zimbabwe. Latitude 20 south, longitude 25 east. Camera should go on at MET of 4 days, 6 hours, 32 minutes, and 26 seconds. It'll remain on for about 10 minutes. Camera off at 6 hours, 42 minutes, and 15 seconds. And the second note concerns your Crew Choice TV downlink for tomorrow. It's currently scheduled for 4 days, 22 hours and 45 minutes until 23 hours and 1 minute. And we're looking forward to Cecil B. DeIvan's productions.
Okay, we copied both of those notes. Let me just give you the times. 4 days, 6 hours, 32 minutes, 26 seconds, and 4 days, 6 hours, 42 minutes, and 15 seconds, and 4 days, 22 hours, 45 minutes, and 23:01.
That's a good readback, Jim.
This is Mission Control Houston. That last exchange between Capcom Jim Voss and pilot Jim Weatherby aboard Columbia. First one regarding the mesoscale lightning experiment, otherwise known as MLE. That is an experiment which makes use of the onboard photographic equipment and the closed-circuit television system aboard Columbia to document upper-scale, wide-scale lightning in the upper atmosphere. Right now over Central and South Africa, there's some exceptional thunderstorm activity. And as on these next few orbits, Columbia will be crossing from light into dark just about 5 or 10 minutes before crossing the coast of Africa. They'll have some outstanding opportunities for recording some upper atmosphere lightning activity. Again, that first data take coming up at about 4 days, 6 hours, and 32 minutes, or roughly an hour and some odd minutes away from now, on orbit 68. And in addition, a reminder to the crew that they have some television opportunity tomorrow morning to bring some TV to the ground of their own choosing. Space Shuttle Columbia now on the ascending node of orbit 68, currently at an altitude of 178.4 nautical miles out over the South Pacific Ocean. Columbia with its principal payload, the Long Duration Exposure Facility, attached firmly in its payload bay now in an orbit with an apogee of 182.1 nautical miles and a perigee of 175.5 nautical miles, and orbiting the Earth once every 1 hour, 31 minutes, and 17 seconds. All quiet on the air-to-ground airwaves as the crew aboard Columbia stays busy in the middeck with the American flight echocardiograph experiment and some treadmill exercising, and very shortly to be busy with some videotaping of wide-scale lightning in the upper atmosphere over Africa in support of the mesoscale lightning experiment. Flight controllers here in Houston pretty much tagging along today. There has not been a lot of real-time rescheduling or replanning of the flight timeline. Most of the effort by the team today has gone into some careful study and considerations of two minor problems that have cropped up in the last few days. Since the failure of the humidity separator B unit early in the flight, we've continued to find some excess water buildup underneath the floor of the middeck in and around the area of the humidity separators. HumSep A continues to operate very well, maintaining cabin humidity levels at comfortable levels and operating at within its expected limits. It's hypothesized at this point that most of the water, or all of the water that's floating free under the middeck floor is seepage from the bad humidity separator, with the number of orbiter thruster firings in conjunction with rendezvous in the last couple of days. It's thought that water that was loose in that B side of the system has worked its way through and out the screen. We're going to ask the crew to look one more time when they go beneath the floor to change out the lithium hydroxide canisters, which scrub carbon dioxide from the cabin before going to sleep tonight, to see if there's any additional water. And if there is, we may consider some in-flight maintenance, possibly to wrap some cloth around the bad humidity separator to keep the water from continuing to flow and accumulate freely below the cabin floor. The other project has been centered around the fluid experiments apparatus, in which a sample ampule containing a indium sample appears to have cracked during processing yesterday. Right now, there seems to be a good degree of confidence that the sample itself is contained and is not going to flow freely in the cabin once that apparatus is opened. And the only thought now is that perhaps there might be some small slivers of glass due to the crack that might be floating free inside the apparatus that aren't visible to the naked eye. And in-flight maintenance procedure being developed to combine a vacuum system and other various IFM tools to open that apparatus and in a safe spanner and change out the ampule and try and get FEA operations underway again tomorrow. But again, basically annoyances, these are nuisance problems. Columbia is a very clean bird, operating magnificently. No major system anomalies being pursued by controllers here on the ground or the crew on orbit. The crew continuing to do very well. We've seen some robot arm operations earlier today. We'll expect to see some more arm operations tomorrow, demonstrating the capabilities of the arm and giving folks on the ground a little more data. And again, for the next several days, continued operations on the middeck with such secondary experiments as the fluid experiments apparatus, the American Flight echocardiograph experiment, the protein crystal growth, and continued investigations in the medical area, helping to further understand and quantify the effects of zero gravity on the human physiology. So, contrary to the quiet appearances, a fairly busy day on board Columbia as far as maintaining the middecks go. At mission elapsed time, 4 days, 5 hours, and 34 minutes. This is Mission Control. Our next shuttle television is expected to be live downlink from the payload bay cameras aboard Columbia, as the crew aboard Columbia uses those cameras to record on their onboard VTR the expected wide-scale lightning in the upper atmosphere below over the southern part of the African continent. And we'll have the opportunity to look over their shoulder as they work and bring that signal also as it's being recorded on board to the ground. Again, that event coming up at about 1:07 p.m. Central Standard Time. And we'll be looking at wide-scale lightning in the upper atmosphere.
Columbia, Houston, we have a new orbiter state vector on board.
Thanks, Jim.
Columbia, Houston.
Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, we understand we've got several maggots on board, but we were wondering if you're not cooking anything, if you could turn the galley oven off.
That's a pretty big sacrifice, but we'll try to do that.
Yeah, David, just when you're not using it, and hopefully that's not all the time, but when you're not using it, if you could shut it down, we'd appreciate it.
Okay, Jim, that's in work.
Control Houston, the previous reference by Capcom Jim Voss to maggots on board wasn't to the little crawly white things, but affectionately referred to the three members of the astronaut class of 1984, Marcia Ivins, Jim Weatherby, and G. David Lowe. The maggots, or the astronaut class of 1984, are well known for their propensity for food. Flight controllers here on the ground noticed that temperatures on that galley oven had been reaching upper limits, and just asked the crew to take a look at that and turn that oven off if they don't have any current use for it.
Columbia, Houston, I have an IMAX target of opportunity when you're ready to copy.
Okay, we're ready.
It's this rev at 25 south, 47.5 west. It looks like it should be clear weather for an ocean pollution watch off the coast of Brazil. Best view would be north towards Sao Paulo.
Okay, got an approximate MBT.
Stand by for that, and I also have your pre-sleep cryo config I can give to you while we're getting the MET.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, the pre-sleep cryo config on panel R1, cryo O2 and H2, tank 1, heaters Alpha and Bravo, 4 of them to auto. Cryo O2 H2, tank 2, heaters Alpha and Bravo, 4 switches off. Manifold valve tank 1, 2 of them closed, talkback closed.
Okay, O2 and H2 tank 1, Alpha and Bravo all 4 to auto, tank 2, Alpha and Bravo all 4 to off. O2, the manifold tank 1, both of them closed, talkback closed.
Good readback, Wixby. And just a reminder, we want that after the pre-sleep fuel cell purge.
Got it.
Columbia, Houston, we sent you a TRAJ message. It should be on board now, and you may have 1.5 messages because of an aborted attempt to send it earlier.
Okay, we'll look. Houston, we got your message.
Thanks, Marcia. Columbia, Houston, for Marcia, I have your TCA for the IMAX target of opportunity if you're ready.
She was just here a second ago. Let me see if I can go find her. Okay, we're here to copy the IMAX opportunity.
That time is 6 hours, 19 minutes, and 30 seconds.
6:19:30, got it.
Okay, good copy.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Well, the weather was good, but we didn't see anything we thought would make a good shot for IMAX, so we didn't shoot it.
Okay, thanks for the report. We appreciate that. And the IMAX folks would like to thank you for all the work that you've done, and they understand the problems with the weather and things just not being there, but they do appreciate it anyway, and keep up the good work.
Well, we'd like to say we've done a lot for them, but we'll do it.
Well, you're going to have plenty of time to keep looking, so you'll come up with something before you're done. I've also got your...
We're counting on it.
I've got a note for you on your pre-sleep water dump also, if you're ready to copy.
Stand by.
And Jim, ready to copy about the water dump.
Okay, Jim, we'd like for you to perform a supply water dump, dumping tank Bravo to 10%, and we'll take care of setting the caution warning lower limit for you. The dump duration will be about 40 minutes.
Okay, supply water dump tank Bravo to 10%, 40 minutes.
Good copy.
Control 6 hours and now 29 minutes into their pre-sleep period, a period during which they'll be configuring the vehicle for sleep, finishing up a number of mid-deck activities, including a little crew exercise. At last call from Capcom to the crew requesting that they configure for a supply water dump shortly to dump tank B, which is currently registering 60.9% full. I'd like them to go ahead and dump that down to 10%. As opposed to the dumps we've done previously on the flight, we'll be able to use the primary dump system with all the concern around proper predictions and trajectory for rendezvous. The primary dump system was not used. The water dump itself is propulsive in nature and does tend to move the orbiter in a lateral direction when it purges water out the side. So we had been using the flash evaporator system to evaporate water and vent it through the FES prior to catching and grappling and berthing LDEF. But with LDEF in the bay now and in an attitude that will protect LDEF from the water as it is purged from the side of the vehicle. We can use that primary system now and dump at a fairly rapid pace. I believe the estimation for the dump from 60 to 10% was 40 minutes. Some of the other housekeeping and vehicle configuration activities that the crew will be involved in here during pre-sleep will involve configuring the cryogenic systems. Those are the reactants, cryogenic hydrogen and oxygen super cold reactants that feed the orbiter fuel cells, which provide power to the vehicle. They'll be setting those up in the proper configuration for sleep. They'll conduct the nightly auto purge of the fuel cells. Also on the agenda this evening is an alignment of the inertial measurement units on board. Rather than maneuvering to a specific attitude to find stars to feed into the navigational plane or platform of the vehicle, they're going to find stars of opportunity, feed those into the system, and reconfirm the location in this universe of the vehicle, and then torque the IMUs if necessary to make sure that we have a updated navigational platform on board before going to sleep. And all of this will be followed by final maneuver to the sleep attitude. The attitude the vehicle will continue to orbit the Earth in as the crew sleeps aboard. In addition, one of the activities the crew will be performing is change out of the lithium hydroxide canisters under the floor of the middeck. The lithium hydroxide canisters are part of the air supply system and scrub carbon dioxide out of the cabin environment, providing clean oxygen for breathing. Again, they'll ask them in the course of doing that to look around for any excess water around the humidity separators that we've been watching carefully for the last few days. Matter of fact, flight controllers here in Houston watching a local playback of the cleanup around the hum seps a couple of days ago. So flight controllers standing by to send a message to the crew to ask them to look one more time for any possible residual water when they go to change out the LiO canisters tonight. And wait to see if any in-flight maintenance action or any recommendations, several options for which have been developed here in the flight control room might be necessary in the event that they do find some water down there.
Columbia, Houston, we're going to be watching over your shoulder during your MLE opportunity that's coming up.
Roger, Houston, and we're looking for lightning now.
This is Mission Control Houston. Our next NASA Select television, expect to have some downlink television from the shuttle as the crew aboard Columbia is turning their cameras earthward, looking for some wide-scale lightning in the upper atmosphere in support of the mesoscale lightning experiment. That task involves training the black and white cameras down towards Earth and rolling tape on the videotape recorder. We're going to look over their shoulder, as it were, and take that television signal to the ground and see what they see. I'm taking live television from the black and white cameras aboard Columbia's payload bay as the crew of Columbia point them earthward, looking for wide-scale lightning activity in the upper atmosphere in support of the mesoscale lightning experiment. Although the vehicle has crossed the terminator from day to night, clouds below quite visible, presumably due to moonshine on the surface of the upper level clouds. That sudden flash in the lower central part of the frame, one good example of some upper level lightning activity as Columbia passes high over the southern part of the African continent.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
The lightning that we did see was certainly not mesoscale, and it was individual bolts, and they were very sporadic.
Okay, thanks for that. We saw a few ourselves down here. Maybe it did some good. Got a few words for you on your LiO changeout tonight if you're ready to talk about that.
Okay, ready to copy.
Okay, during your pre-sleep...
Wait a second thought, stand by just a minute.
Okay.
Jim, I'm ready to copy the LIO changeout procedure.
Okay, David, during your pre-sleep LIO changeout this evening, we'd like for you to clean out any free water that you might find like you've done before. If you'd verify that there is some and get rid of any that there is. While you're in there, we would like for you to check the HUMSEP Bravo for any airflow out of its vent duct. That's the HUMSEP on the starboard side. And if you find any water or any flow coming out of the HUMSEP Bravo, then we have a short IFM that we would like for you to do. We'll go ahead and put that IFM in the tags and get it on board, but you don't need to do it unless you do determine there is some water still coming out of HUMSEP B. You might want to consider starting your LIO changeout a little bit early because it will take a few minutes for you to complete it.
Okay, Jim, a copy. When we do the LIO changeout tonight, you'd like us to look for any free water, and if we see some, go and clean it up. And you want us to check the screen, and that's the domed screen on HUMSEP B, is that correct?
That's affirmative, David. The dome screen, I think you'd reported yesterday that there was some flow coming out of that screen, and we don't believe there should be any coming from that one. If you do find more flow and with water coming out of that, we want to cap that off, and we have a procedure for enclosing that with a plastic bag, and we'd like to send that up to you. So we'll send that on up, and if you find that flow, then you can do the IFM.
Okay, Jim.
And we've got about a minute or so before LOS. We'll see you back at 6:57.
See you then, Jim.
This is Mission Control Houston. At mission elapsed time 4 days, 6 hours, 47 minutes. We've passed out of range of the tracking and data relay satellite east due to acquire a signal again through the western satellite in about 8 minutes and 50 seconds. Short conversation between crew and ground just prior to losing signal through the satellite regarding some additional observations and possible troubleshooting for the accumulation of water under the mid-deck floor in association with the leaky humidity separator down there. The standard pre-sleep procedure of checking the lithium hydroxide canisters presents an opportunity to look underneath the LIO box and see whether or not any additional water has accumulated around HUMSEP B. That's the separator that failed early in the flight. Humidity separator number A is continuing to work very well. But over the last couple of days, the crew has noticed some additional accumulation of water down around there, and the hypothesis, of course, is that you've got residual water seeping out of HUMSEP B in reaction to the dynamics of the orbiter movements from thruster firings and perhaps treadmill operations. And flight controllers here in Houston have prepared a couple of in-flight maintenance procedures to put into work in the event that they do notice any additional seepage around the bad humidity separator, or in the event that they notice any airflow from that unit. Basically, the in-flight maintenance procedure involves wrapping something of a high-tech diaper around the HUMSEP to collect any water that might seep out as that separator rids itself of the residuals. There's no urgency in getting that procedure done, so the crew will continue to work through their pre-sleep timeline, and when they get to the point at which they're ready to change out the LIO canisters, they'll have a look and we'll consult and determine whether or not it would be appropriate to put one of those IFM procedures in work. All fairly quiet here in the flight control room and on the air-to-ground airwaves. We're about an hour into the pre-sleep time frame. That's a 3-hour period prior to putting the crew to sleep, during which the crew has the opportunity to complete any flight day 5 middeck experiments, prepare the cabin and the vehicle itself for sleep, including changing out the lyo canisters, reconfiguring the cryogenic tanks which feed the fuel cells, fuel cell auto purge, a supply water dump, and alignment of the inertial measurement units, and ultimately maneuver placing the orbiter in the proper attitude for sleep. Right now, plans are to put the crew to bed in about 2 hours and 9 minutes, roughly, exactly 4 days, 9 hours mission elapsed time. Columbia just about to cross the equator and begin the ascending node of orbit 69, currently orbiting at an altitude of 179.1 nautical miles. Orbital parameters currently 181.9 nautical miles apogee, perigees at 175.8 nautical miles. Columbia making 1 revolution around the Earth every hour and 31 minutes and 19 seconds. Columbia continuing to perform superbly. No major system anomalies on record or under care or investigation by the flight control team. Expecting a fairly quiet flight day 6 to follow. At mission elapsed time 4 days, 6 hours and 51 minutes. This is Mission Control. This is Mission Control Houston. We've reacquired signal through the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite West, now processing S-band telemetry. And the ECOM officer here in the flight control room reports data shows the crew is into the lithium hydroxide change-out procedure.
Columbia, Houston, we're back with you on the West satellite, and we see you're changing out your lyo cans.
That's right, Jim. Hey, we've got a question for you. We found some more video that we wanted to, it's actually, I guess, some camcorder downlink we'd like to downlink to you tonight before we go to sleep. Can you tell us what the opportunities we might have?
We sure will. Get right back with you. Columbia, Houston, I have your KU coverage to allow downlink that you requested when you're ready.
Yeah, stand by a second. Okay, ready to copy.
Okay, Wixby, you'll have KU coverage starting at 7 hours and 30 minutes until 8 hours and 23 minutes, except for a 2-minute dropout when we're switching satellites that'll occur at 7:49. So you should have just about an hour of coverage starting at 7:30, and we're anxiously awaiting your downlink.
Okay, we'll give you a call.
Thanks.
And Jim, I'm sure you have the numbers for the line, is that correct?
And we have those already, Wixby. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
Columbia, Houston, we have an FEA update for you when you're ready for it, and then if you have the time, we'd like to get a secondary status from you.
I was just about to give it to you. You go first.
Okay. On the FEA, Marcia, we wanted to let you know that the first micro switch does turn off the heater, and the second one stops the movement. And from our views of the camcorder that you played back for us today, it looks like it stopped as it was designed to do it. We are still working on approval to continue the FEA ops, and we plan on sending more of that to you in the morning mail. It looks like we're going to get the FEA back, and the downtime will have no impact to us.
Okay, that's great.
And now we're ready for your status.
Okay, before the day is done, we will have done AFE on everyone. The PCG temperatures are 21.8 and 5.7 currently on the cool one. I've been watching it all day, and it's been climbing from about 5.2 to its current 5.7.
Okay, we copied those.
We shot no IMAX today because our part of the world was covered with clouds all day long. and I shot one film test number 2, and it was marginally successful again because of clouds and also because I messed up a part of it, but I'll do better tomorrow.
Okay, we copy.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Yeah, just a word on that LLE storm that we tried to sight about an orbit ago. Our ground track was just on the fringe, and so the black and white camera really wasn't picking up anything. I had it pointed at nadir and then tilted it towards the forward end of the orbiter to catch some of it. But I think most of the activity was slightly off our ground track.
Okay, we'll try to get you some more of those as we find them.
Okay, they're interesting to look at.
And do you have anything on your L-cubed activity today?
Jim, the only one that we were able to get was a target of opportunity. It was not one of the pre-programmed ones. But we did get one.
Okay, thanks. Columbia, Houston, we have good KU lockup now, and we're ready for your downlink anytime, and we'll have good coverage for about another 20 minutes or so.
Okay, we'll give you a call. Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
You do know this is camcorder, right?
We're not receiving anything right now, but we can configure for camcorder.
Okay, well, it's about to come to you.
And we're ready for it, Marcia.
Okay, Houston, stand by.
We're watching, Dan.
All right, you guys. They're gone now.
Attack of the killer tomatoes! Attack of the killer tomatoes! The chewy, gushy, squishy, mushy, rotten to the core. The standing outside your door. Remember Herbert Garbage while taking out his garbage.
And we're getting good downlink. We think.
Well, that, I guess, answers Adele's question from earlier. We pulled up on LDEF yesterday, and it was a little blurry. We had to put a special filter on, but we saw something that was kind of strange, so we got it on the cam recorder, and we thought we'd show it to you. So it's probably the first in a long line of experiments with the tomatoes that have been on LDEF.
Well, be sure and bring the harvest home with you.
This is Mission Control Houston. That crew customized downlink television provided by the crew of Columbia to the tune of Attack of the Killer Tomatoes.
Now we're with you with a good view of the payload bay and corner of LDEF.
Yeah, well, you've had probably the major bit of our science demonstration for this one. Yeah, we can. We'll set you up here for some Earth views if you want to watch for a while as we go around. We're still trying to see if we can find some IMAX and MLE stuff today, maybe, and getting ready for sleep.
Okay, we'll appreciate that, and we'd like to watch along with you. We have an MLE target of opportunity that we're putting together for you right now, and if you have completed it, we'd like a status on your search for free water down in the lower equipment bay.
Okay, yes, I did that right after you called, and there was nary a drop down there, so I'm not sure I totally understand that, but I think probably what we all suspected yesterday with all that rattling around with the burns might have shaken a little bit loose that we didn't quite find the day before or something, and so we got it cleaned up, and it's been just dry as can be.
And we agree with your conclusion, Dan. That's what we think also, and we're happy to hear that. We won't need to do any IFM or any further action. We would just like for you to continue to check when you go down in there.
we certainly plan to do that.
And Houston, we're in a dump attitude right now, and hopefully we can give you some ground views as we approach South America.
And we would like to see that. Thanks.
Until the sun gets a little higher in the sky here, I will go ahead and do some close-ups of the space end of LDEF.
Okay, and we have your MLE if you're ready to copy.
Stand by. Go ahead, I'll take them.
Near the end of this orbit, there's some thunderstorm activity over Angola. It'll be near the western coast. The latitude is 15 degrees south, longitude 20 degrees west. If you have the opportunity, we'd like for you to try to take this. The MET for camera on is 7 hours and 59 minutes. Camera off at 8 hours and 7 minutes.
Okay, we copy an MLE opportunity at Angola, 15 degrees south, 23 degrees west. Camera on at 7:59 and off at 8 hours and 07 minutes.
And good readback, Bonnie. Thanks.
Okay, I will try to do that.
Okay, thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're taking live television from the payload bay cameras aboard Columbia. This view of the forward end of LDEF, or that end of LDEF which is forward in the payload bay facing the crew cabin. This is the space end of LDEF, which has been pointed into deep space in LDEF's gravity gradient attitude over the last several years. Preceding these views, slightly less serious science television in the form of an illustration on the crew's camcorder aboard Columbia depicting LDEF entwined in tomato vines, shown to the musical theme of the movie Attack of the Killer Tomatoes.
For you folks that were wondering about the birthing whiskers, there's one of them in the center of the screen.
Thanks, Bonnie. Also, if possible, we would like for you to give us another camcorder playback. It's not that we thought that was such a wonderful piece of tape, but we had a little distortion on our screen, some rolling of the screen, and we'd like to see some camcorder playback to see if we can figure out what the problem was.
Okay, stand by.
Yeah, we think that it was coming to us with that rolling of the screen, and we'd like to check it, please.
Okay, we were playing it on our monitor, and the scenes seem to be stable there.
Okay, that's good information, and if we try again, maybe we'll be able to figure out exactly where the problem was.
Okay, stand by. Okay, stand by. What we're going to do is do some live camcorder out the windows.
Okay, we're watching. Thanks.
Houston, we realize you were set up for camcorder, but how are you receiving this picture?
We're seeing a beautiful shot over the payload bay of the Earth's surface.
Great. Okay, Houston, we're sending you a camcorder out the commander's window.
And Marcia, it'll take us about another minute. We're about to hand over to the other satellite.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Okay, I know you're going to hand over. Just a heads up, as we come on the landmass, that'll be South America.
Mission Control, we've temporarily lost signal as we hand over from the western satellite to the east.
Columbia, Houston, we're getting good downlink video now. Columbia, Houston, we're back with you now, and we have good video downlink.
Okay, that's great. And we're just crossing the Andes and about to come into a bunch of clouds, but I don't know how well you can see it, but there's some real interesting geology down in the mountains in this part of the world.
And we're getting a great view, Dan. Thanks.
Houston, Columbia, we've just crossed South America, heading into the Atlantic and close to the Terminator.
Thanks, Bonnie. We've been enjoying watching along with you.
Looking at the clouds there, you can get an appreciation for what we're up against trying to do some Earth obs photography. I guess I've never seen this many clouds during a mission. It's really phenomenal. The whole world seems to be covered with them.
Yeah, sure seems like a lot of them out there, Dan. We were wondering if you had any other words about your L-cubed target of opportunity today. We're just curious as to how well it worked, if you have any input.
Sure, I'd be happy to. Jim set it up, and we got it all working fine. And there's, I think, a bit of a learning curve in looking at things and knowing what you're looking at when you're upside down and then switching to another window and reorienting yourself. The one opportunity you did get, the data came out that was just a gulf in northern Venezuela, and it was just kind of something that he could pick out. And we went back to the atlas and plotted it, and it looked like it came out pretty close. So we're looking forward now. We kind of got our procedure squared away up here. We're looking forward to some more opportunities tomorrow and getting some of the real data points they're looking for.
Great. Thanks for the inputs.
Well, we're going to try and get you a nice sunset there, but I don't think it was handling the brightness very well. So we'll terminate this here, and I'm ready to do the KU cable positioning that fits into your plans.
Okay, stand by on that for just a minute. Dan, we have a message coming up to you.
Okay, it's coming up on tags. We've been lucky. It's been working.
It looks like y'all did a good job of fixing it, and what we're sending you is the roundup, so you'll have something to do this evening.
In our spare time, right?
That's affirmed.
Well, we appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Mostly we just want to get a little testing on the tags machine and make sure it's going to continue to work.
Sounds like a great idea to me.
This is Mission Control Houston at 4 days, 8 hours, and 8 minutes. We're just about 51 minutes away from officially putting the crew of Columbia to bed. Well into their pre-sleep activities, positioning KU band antenna. One of the chores coming up here in a few minutes. During this last pass, we also had a chance to see some live downlink television from the payload bay of Columbia, as well as
Columbia, Houston, you should have the roundup on board and your go for your KU band antenna cable repositioning.
Okay, thanks. We'll be getting to it shortly.
Prior to the live downlink television we had from the payload bay, we saw some crew customized video from the banks of the camcorder on board, consisting of an illustration of the long-duration exposure facility entwined in tomato vines, played to the musical theme of the movie Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. That crew prank, poking a little fun at one of the LDEF experiments, Seeds in Space, the objective of which is to evaluate the effects of space radiation on the survivability of seeds stored in the LDEF, and to determine any possible resulting mutations or changes in mutation rates in those seeds. Major mission objectives accomplished, and as the crew and flight controllers wade through a fairly steady stream of mid-deck experiments and secondary activities, a little levity this afternoon as the crew poked a little fun at the science of LDEF. Also, during the last pass, we had the opportunity to hear the crew's report on the inspection of the humidity separator units underneath the floor of the middeck. As they were down changing out the lithium hydroxide canisters, they had the opportunity to look underneath and inspect around the humidity separators for any additional excess water. They reported finding none, resulting in no action. Humsep A continues to work well, controlling cabin humidity at the appropriate levels. And all the work by flight controllers to develop options for in-flight maintenance, well spent, but not necessary. Just about 48 minutes away from putting the crew of Columbia to bed at 4 days, 8 hours, and 11 minutes. This is Mission Control.
Columbia, Houston, your go to terminate your supply water dump.
Roger, Houston. Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia. Columbia, Houston.
Yes, you can tell the MLE folks we're a little bit off altitude, and so we may have a different angle towards it, but there was lots of lightning on that path. We tried to use camera A and swung around, got a little bit. We finished up the rest of the 35 millimeter roll.
Okay, thanks for the effort. I have some things for you when you're ready to copy concerning all the loose ends for pre-sleep.
Okay, Houston, go ahead.
Yeah, Dan, just to tally up everything we see that you still need to do or things we'd like for you to do before you go to sleep. Of course, your cryo config, and we would like for you to repress the right ohms. And yesterday you'd mentioned something about seeing something in front of the RMS elbow camera. We would like, if you would, to select the RMS camera, elbow camera on A7 upper, the RMS port camera to elbow, and then we'll take a look at that. Also like to remind you to check your... Okay. Like to check your Omicron to 90 before you maneuver. And we'll be LOS in about 3 minutes, and we'll see you back on the other side at 8:33.
Okay, and I kind of got a pass over from Wex, and he had that maneuver at 8:45. Since we're done with the dump, you want us to go to it earlier, or you want us to wait to do it on time at 8:45?
You can do that anytime you want to, Dan.
Okay, fine.
And we're getting some good TV downlink right now. Columbia, Houston, we'll have you UHF for about 3 more minutes.
Okay.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Just for information, our acquisition of the storms and into night was lagging the MLE times a little bit. I think by about, it seemed to me about 8 or 9 minutes.
Okay, thanks.
This is Mission Control Houston at Mission Elapsed time, 4 days, 8 hours, and 29 minutes. Columbia is now out of range of the tracking and data relay satellite system. We'll acquire signal again in just a few minutes. While we have this short loss of signal period, we'll bring NASA Select satellite viewers a replay of some downlink television received on this last orbit, some serious science TV, as well as some not so serious science TV, consisting of payload bay views and some crew customized downlink from the camcorder they're carrying with them in the crew cabin aboard Columbia, depicting an illustration of LDEF with some specially accompanied music.
Columbia, Houston, back with you on the west satellite.
Roger, Houston.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Okay, now I'm really going to get to the cable positioning if it's still all right.
And we're ready for you to do that, Dan.
Okay, it's in work, thanks.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
are you receiving the elbow camera view?
We're in blockage right now, so we're not receiving anything.
Okay, I have it selected, and anytime you're ready to look at it, let me know, and I'll tell you what we see from this end.
Okay, we'd appreciate a report from you, and before y'all go to bed, if you would, remember to take the cameras to command so that we can look around at night, if you don't mind.
That's already done. We took it to panel so we could do some viewing and editing.
Okay, thank you. And Bonnie, it'll be about 22 minutes before we're out of blockage, so if you have any words for us, you can give those to us now, and then we'll take a look at it after y'all are in bed.
Okay, I have it called up on a monitor now. I think there are two things. First of all, I had a very fuzzy image overall. I couldn't seem to bring it into focus. And secondly, there is a loss of picture, which appears to be something actually hanging in front of it, but that may not be what it is. It's curved and it strings horizontally, dips down a little bit in the middle, and it's about a third of the height high, and it's all the way across the picture.
Okay, we'll take a look at it after we get the KU back.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know you've done a super job of supporting us again today and really appreciate it. And if we can get FEA back, we'll be real happy about that, too. It'll be a real productive day tomorrow, too.
Okay, thanks a lot. We appreciate those words, and we'll be working through the night with checking on FEA and trying to get that approved and try to have some words for you in the morning mail to get you back on track with it.
Okay, and we'll try to get you some more lightning. As you could probably tell from our ground view, things come by pretty fast.
Right, we see that, and we appreciate your efforts. And it's looking real good for FEA right now. We just haven't gotten any final word on it, but we'll get that to you in the morning.
Okay, we'll be seeing you again in the morning and with some more TV tomorrow.
Okay, thanks a lot. And your Orbit 2 team will be saying goodnight to you now, and we'll have the planning shift in here watching you while you're sleeping.
Roger.
Columbia, Houston, one more reminder on the right ohms repress.
We'll get it.
Thanks.
This is Mission Control Houston. Our next NASA Select television event had been scheduled to be a change of shift briefing with off-going Orbit 2 Flight Director Bill Reeves. That shift briefing has been canceled. Again, that next television event, which had been scheduled to be a change of shift briefing at 5 o'clock p.m. Central Time, has been canceled.
This is Mission Control Houston in 10 minutes. Columbia now out of range of the tracking and data relay satellite. We're standing by to acquire signal in about 15 seconds. The planning team now has taken handover from the Orbit 2 team and is settling in to begin an evening's work, preparing messages to be uplinked to the crew when they wake up, now about 6 hours and 50 minutes. Our next television event will be a replay of a COBE press conference from the Goddard Space Flight Center. The COBE was launched in November of last year, and that stands for Cosmic Background Explorer. That will occur at a mission elapsed time of 4 days, 10 hours, 55 minutes into this mission, and that's at about 5:30 p.m. Central Standard Time this evening, and that will run for about 64 minutes. During that period of time, the satellite will be turned around to handle that press conference, and following that, we will be back here for the STS-32 mission coverage. This is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 4 days, 10 hours, 43 minutes. Columbia now on the descending node of orbit 72.
On NASA Select now, we are seeing a rather new graphic put together by the Johnson Space Center Mission Operations Support Laboratory with support from the Real-Time Data Systems, or RTDS. This graphic accurately depicts Columbia as it passes around the Earth, now about every 91 minutes, and also gives the actual attitude of Columbia in relation to Earth. This computer graphic also depicts the Earth ground stations in the oblong-shaped circles that you see around the globe. Those tracking stations are utilized if for some reason we were not able to use our tracking and data relay satellite system. Planning team members here in Mission Control continue to prepare messages which will be uplinked to the crew, and that will include changes or updates to the flight plan for the Flight Day 6 activities. The next television event will be a replay of the Cosmic Background Explorer press conference held from the Goddard Space Center in Greenbelt, Maryland, and that will occur at about 5:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. At that time, NASA Select transmission will be used for that replay, and we will be back with STS-32 coverage in about 64 minutes from the beginning of that replay. This is Mission Control Houston, NASA Select now originating from the Johnson Space Center, following that Cosmic Background Explorer press conference that was held earlier today. We are expecting to get some unscheduled television in about 10 minutes from the payload bay of Columbia. This is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 4 days, 12 hours, 7 minutes. Columbia now just beginning the descending node of orbit 72. JSC transmission of NASA Select will be interrupted shortly so that we can take some downlink TV from the orbiter. Broadcast will resume at about 7:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. We're hoping to get some TV of the RMS, the Remote Manipulator System elbow camera. Earlier on the Orbit 2 shift, it was discovered that something was blocking the lens on that camera, and folks on the ground want to get a look at that and see if they can determine what that is. This is Mission Control Houston. We're now taking some downlink television from the payload bay of Columbia as it passes out into the South Pacific on the descending node of orbit 72. We are looking at out of one of the payload bay cameras, and we hope to eventually get that camera focused on the Remote Manipulator System arm, the RMS, to take a good look at the elbow camera and see if there's anything or whatever it is blocking that camera lens that was seen earlier on the Orbit 2 shift today. The view we're seeing now is from the aft end of Columbia's bay, looking forward. That's camera B. Panning now to the left. Now the camera at the far end is the keel camera on the RMS. Mission Control now looking out of the keel camera. As earlier mentioned that it was the elbow camera we were going to take a look at. It's the keel camera that has the blockage. We're now looking out of that camera. This is Mission Control. Now cameras have been panned back down to take Earth views as Columbia passes out into the South Pacific. Controller's taken a good look a few moments ago at the elbow camera on the Remote Manipulator System arm. which apparently has a problem with the internal part of the lens, as no exterior blockage was witnessed when viewing the camera from the aft payload bay camera looking forward. When viewing through the elbow camera aft, a black band, crescent-shaped band, was seen through the middle of the downlink picture. There are 7 cameras in the payload bay of Columbia on this flight. We have camera A, which is on the aft flight deck, looking toward the rear of Columbia. There's 2, one on either side of the orbiter looking aft, and there's 2 on the tail in the back of the payload bay looking forward. And 3 additional cameras are located on the RMS, the remote manipulator system, 1 on the keel, 1 on the elbow, and 1 on the end effector used to grapple the LDEF. We're now taking a view from camera C, looking forward as it pans. The long duration exposure facility comes into view on the right side of the picture, and the remote manipulator system arm, cradled in its harness, is in the center of the picture. And as the camera Charlie pans toward the left, the end effector comes into view with its camera mounted on top. This is Mission Control Houston. We're taking downlink television from the payload bay of Columbia. This is camera C, which at the moment is experiencing some technical difficulties. The instrumentation and communications officer is switching between the cameras in the payload bay at this time. We've now switched back to the camera A position on the forward payload bay. As Columbia now passes over the coast of Brazil, just north of Rio de Janeiro. This is Mission Control Houston at the mission elapsed time of 4 days, 12 hours, 54 minutes. NASA Select now originating here from the Johnson Space Center. We're back on SATCOM F2R after taking some downlink from Columbia's payload bay. Columbia now beginning orbit 73 as it passes out into the South Atlantic after just crossing over Brazil. During that pass and taking some of that downlink, flight controllers took a look at the elbow camera on the remote manipulator system arm to see if there was anything blocking the lens on that camera. After cycling from the aft payload bay cameras forward, no blockage was witnessed. However, when cycling through the elbow camera itself, a black crescent-shaped stripe appeared across the lens. All continuing to go very smoothly on the planning shift this evening. We're now about 4 hours and 4 minutes away from waking the crew. During that TV downlink, we were able to pick up some traces of lightning as we passed over South America. Earlier on orbit 73, orbit 72, Columbia passed directly over Guam, and unfortunately the KU-band antenna was in blockage at that time and could not see the tracking and data relay satellite. But passing over Guam at the present time is a tropical storm named Corinne. Had reported by the weather officer Steve Sokol winds up to 49 miles per hour. We're now looking at what we call a distributed Earth model orbiter simulation, or DEMOS. This is created by our Mission Operations Support Laboratory here at the Johnson Space Center with support from the Real-Time Data Systems, or RTDS. This gives us the actual real-time data from Columbia, showing the orbiter in its correct attitude as it approaches the east coast of Africa. This is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 4 days, 13 hours, 25 minutes. We now have acquisition of signal through the Tracking and Data Relay satellite system. Our next television event will be a replay of Flight Day 5 activities. That replay will occur at 9 p.m. Central Standard Time, and it will occur at a mission elapsed time of 4 days, 14 hours, 25 minutes. And that replay will last for about 26 minutes. Flight controllers on the planning team continuing to prepare and review messages, which will be uplinked to the crew via the text and graphics system, which appears to be working normally now after an in-flight maintenance procedure was sent up earlier today. The report is that the tags is now working and able to receive. One of the messages that will be going up is an in-flight maintenance procedure for the fluids experiment apparatus experiment, and problem with the sample number 4, which occurred earlier yesterday, in that the sample appeared to be cracked, the ampule that holds that sample, and the crew will sometime during their wake shift tomorrow or later tonight go in and open up that apparatus and remove that sample and continue on with flight samples, or FEA samples 5 through 7. Also to be uplinked will be some other opportunities for the latitude-longitude locator experiment. During their wake shift yesterday, the crew was able to get one opportunity of about 6. Several of those were unable to be seen, recorded due to cloud cover. Also, the crew yesterday was unable to get any IMAX photography due to the heavy cloud cover that covers most of the United States, or the globe. Commander Dan Brandenstein reported earlier it was the most clouds he had seen on any of his flights, including his 2 previous flights. Also, due to cloud cover, the Amos experiment, hopefully taking a look at the payload bay of Columbia, which would have been lit with the floodlights as it passed over Hawaii. That pass was obscured by clouds, and flight controllers are looking into the possibility of maybe getting another pass for that experiment at a later time in the mission. It earlier was reported that the forward bulkhead floodlight had a problem with a circuit, and therefore cannot be used for the remainder of the flight. However, there are several other payload bay floodlights that the crew can utilize for the remainder of the mission. We're now taking some shots of the Distributed Earth Modal Orbiter Simulation, or DEMOS, and that is accurate real-time data fed from real-time telemetry here in Mission Control. That is put together by the Mission Ops Support Lab here at the Johnson Space Center, with support from the real-time data systems, or RTDS. We're now 3 hours, about 3.5 hours away from waking the crew to begin their Flight Day 6 activities. Mission scheduled for 10 flight days, landing on the 11th flight day. Landing is presently scheduled for pre-dawn on Friday at Edwards Air Force Base. The latest prediction that we have for landing on Friday is at 5:29 a.m. Central Standard Time, and that would be at a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 22 hours, 54 minutes. That landing time will likely change on the order of minutes, and this is a first take on the landing time on Friday morning. We're currently at a mission elapsed time of 4 days, 13 hours, 32 minutes, now 3 hours, 27 minutes away from waking the crew. This is Mission Control. This is Mission Control Houston. We're taking some downlink from Columbia's payload bay. We're taking downlink from Columbia's payload bay as it passed over the west coast of South America. We were seeing some dramatic lightning bursts as it passed over the coast. And also during that downlink, we were looking at the camera C, which has been intermittent with its activity, picking up some noisy video. This is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 4 days, 14 hours, 29 minutes. Columbia now beginning orbit 74, halfway between South America and the east coast of Africa. Our next television event, a replay of Flight Day 5 activities. It was previously scheduled for 9 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time, has been moved to 9:15 p.m. In order to take some downlink television from Columbia. That will occur at a mission elapsed time of 4 days, 14 hours, 40 minutes. Again, that replay has shifted from 9 p.m. to 9:15 p.m. this evening. This is Mission Control Houston. We're standing by to replay Flight Day 5 activities. That replay will last for about 26 minutes and is scheduled to begin in about 5 minutes. This is Mission Control Houston. That replay was for Flight Day 5 activities aboard Columbia earlier today. We're now about 1 hour 52 minutes away from waking the crew to begin their Flight Day 6 activities. Planning team flight controllers continue to review messages that will be uplinked to the crew via the text and graphics system and the teleprinter. The text and graphics system had been jamming earlier in the flight, and earlier today the crew worked an in-flight maintenance procedure to correct that problem, and apparently that has been done, and tags is expected to operate normally. Columbia now on the descending node of orbit 74. And Columbia will shortly pass south of Guam on its way crossing across the northern part of Australia out into the South Pacific as it races around the globe at about 17,500 miles per hour, or about every 91 minutes. Currently in the Guam area is an active tropical cyclone named Koryn, and that's Koryn. And the weather officer reports that Koryn is now packing winds up to 50 to 70 knots, and in the next 2 days is expected to strengthen up to 100 to 125 knots. Columbia from deep space using the Distributed Earth Model Orbiter Simulation, or DEMOS, and that is supplied by the Mission Operations Support Laboratory with help from the Real-Time Data System, or RTDS. And that graphic is driven by real-time data, showing Columbia in its true attitude as it circles the Earth. Payload bay to the Earth at this time. Now looking at another view of the DEMOS with Columbia's stars of opportunity located around the orbiter. This is Mission Control Houston. JSC transmission of NASA Select will be interrupted shortly so that we can take some payload bay views down from Columbia, some TV. Therefore, the next transmission may be non-standard. This is Mission Control Houston. Columbia beginning orbit 75 as it passes over the northern part of the continent of South America. In the lower part of the picture, witness some lightning activity over the continent as Columbia passed over. The orbiter is now passing into the Atlantic Ocean on its way to the east coast of Africa. We're now 58 minutes away from waking the crew to begin their Flight Day 6 activities. Planning team members in the control center are making final corrections, revisions, changes to the messages, which will be uplinked to the crew and be on board when they wake up. This is Mission Control Houston, NASA Select audio and video now transmitting on SATCOM F2R transponder 13. We're back in the control center here after taking some payload bay views of South America as Columbia passed over, beginning orbit 75. On that last pass, we were able to pick up some traces of lightning activity in support of the mesoscale lightning experiment aboard the vehicle for this flight. We're now about 55 minutes away from waking the crew of Columbia to begin their activities on Flight Day 6. All messages for uplink to the crew in their morning mail are being stamped with final approval by the flight director, Bob Castle, and will be going up to the crew in the next hour or so and be on board about the time that they wake up. Included in the messages that will be uplinked are new targets of opportunity for IMAX due to a tremendous amount of cloud cover around the globe, as Commander Dan Brandenstein mentioned earlier today. No IMAX photography was taken, and also another experiment on board, the latitude longitude locator, or L-cubed experiment, got only one target to look at today because of the cloud cover. So a message for each of those will be uplinked, giving the crew some new targets that they can search for during their wake period later tonight or tomorrow for the crew. Also in the package will be an in-flight maintenance procedure for the fluids experiment apparatus sample 4, which was found to have a crack in that sample's ampule. And the crew will work a procedure to make sure that no glass or any of the sample escaped from that due to that crack. During the evening, we got some payload bay views of the elbow camera on the remote manipulator system arm, and that camera had witnessed some blockage earlier in the day yesterday, and the planning team controllers, integrated communications officer took a look at that along with the other controllers in the room, and it was determined that there was no external blockage of that lens on the camera. It was found expected to be a problem with the color wheel assembly in that camera. And a message to the crew notifying them of that will also go up in the morning mail. Camera C in the payload bay on the aft bulkhead also was experiencing some intermittent noise on the video on a couple of downlink shots taken earlier this evening, and the crew's also being notified of that in the morning mail. This is Mission Control Houston. We're now 3 minutes 38 seconds away from losing signal with Columbia through the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite East. Our next television event is scheduled a change of shift briefing with off-going planning shift flight director Bob Castle. That briefing is currently scheduled for 12:30 a.m. Central Standard Time, January 14th. That will be held in Building 2, Room 135 here at the Johnson Space Center. Any news media interested in taking part in that briefing should call the JSC newsroom at area code 713-483-5111. This is Mission Control Houston. We have loss of signal through the Tracking Data Relay Satellite East. We will acquire signal with Columbia on the western satellite in about 8.5 minutes. Once we come up on the west, we will be about 21 minutes away from waking the crew of Columbia to begin their Flight Day 6 activities. Orbit 1 team members are now in the control room beginning to take handover from the planning shift. All messages that have been prepared during the evening by the planning shift are in final review and ready to go up to Columbia for the crew when they wake up. We're now at a mission elapsed time of 4 days, 16 hours, 31 minutes. This is Mission Control. This is Mission Control Houston. Our next television event is a change of shift briefing with off-going planning team flight director Bob Castle. That briefing is currently scheduled for 12:30 a.m. Central Standard Time, January 14th. That will be held in Building 2, Room 135. Any news media interested in taking part in that briefing should notify the newsroom at area code 713-483-5111.
Valley sons of Notre Dame, sing her glory and sound her fame of fame. Raise her golden blue and cheer with voices true. Rah, rah, for Notre Dame. We will fight in every game, strong of heart and true to her name. We will never forget her and we'll cheer her ever loyal to Notre Dame. Cheer, cheer for old Notre Dame. Wake up the echoes cheering her name. Send the volley cheer on high. Shake down the thunder from the sky. What though the odds be great or small, oh, Notre Dame will win over all. While her loyal sons are marching onward to victory. Onward to victory for Notre Dame.
Good morning, Columbia.
Good morning, Houston. Thank you very much. I'm standing at attention on my chair.
We thought that might cheer you up, Wex. That music was provided by some local alumni of a school you know pretty well.
Yeah, we got a lot of dumbers down there in the MCC.
You're right about that. Your flight plan today should be in the tags. Just wanted to alert you that at 17:10 there's a maneuver coming up for a water dump.
Okay, we copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. This morning's wake-up music was in honor of pilot Jim Weatherby, who is a graduate of Notre Dame, graduate of 1974 of Bachelor of Science in Aerospace Engineering. The words were sung by a group of Mission Operations Directorate folks here at the Johnson Space Center, all also Notre Dame graduates.
Columbia, Houston, the rest of the morning mail is on its way up now.
Okay, thanks a lot. I hope there are no bills.
No bills.
This is Mission Control Houston. Our next television event was scheduled to be a change of shift briefing with off-going planning team flight director Bob Castle. However, that briefing has been canceled.
Columbia, Houston, all the mail should be on board now.
Okay, Houston, you were kind of cut off by a bunch of static on UHF, but we did copy that all the mail was on board.
That's correct.
This is Mission Control Houston. Our next television event was scheduled to be a change of shift briefing with off-going flight director, planning team flight director Bob Castle. That briefing has been canceled.
Columbia, Houston, the planning shift is signing off now. We're going to leave you in the gentle hands of Tammy and the Orbit 1 team.
Okay, guess we didn't get to talk to you folks very much. It's one of the bad things about being on the planning shift, but we sure appreciate the good morning mail. It's nice to have tags working, and it looks like it's a very well organized, put together package, and we're hopping into it. Thanks for your help.
Sure, you're welcome. Tag sure makes everything a lot easier.
Columbia, Houston, we have a request for a future visual observation when you're ready to copy.
Go ahead, Houston.
Yeah, Dan, coming up, we think you're going to be passing over a large developing tropical storm northwest of Australia, and at an MET of 1824.59, latitude 13 south, longitude 120 east, and we just like some words for you on whether or not you think it'll be a good future photographic opportunity.
Okay, we'll take a look at it. Thanks.
And Columbia, Houston, we're 2 minutes from Tidris LOS. We'll pick you up on the west side at 1817.
Okay, see you there.
It's Mission Control Houston, 4 days, 18 hours, 8 minutes. Mission elapse time, loss of signal through the tracking and data relay satellite east. We'll pick up again in about 7 minutes or so through the western satellite. On that early part of the pass, the crew will be looking down over the Pacific Ocean just northwest of Australia at a developing tropical storm. The idea to see if that might, over the course of the next few days, develop into a good photo opportunity for a variety of things. Our own Johnson Space Center Earth OBS photo program, or the IMAX, or perhaps even the MLE. It's Mission Control Houston. We have acquisition through the tracking and data relay satellite west. Columbia now is passing out over the southern Pacific Ocean. On this rev, Columbia will pass out over northwest Australia, and on NASA Select now we're showing computer-generated graphics showing Columbia's attitude, nose north, wing into the velocity vector, and payload bay to Earth. So the crew will have an excellent view, we think, of a developing tropical storm. Although it does not show up on this graphic, the storm is located just in the crook, just in the bend of the coastline of Australia, just to the north of Columbia's path, just to the north of the line of sight and direction of travel of the orbiter. There was an earlier announcement about another tropical storm we'd asked them to look at. We have a name for that one. The name we believe is Koryn, Koryn. At the time, winds were 49 miles per hour. There was moderate to heavy rain within that system, which is located up near Guam. We're trying to get a name for you on this storm, and we'll let you know what the crew sees. Columbia's systems all continue to operate in good health during the handover briefing between the Orbit 1 team members as they came on duty. There was, in fact, little to report. Propulsion, no report. Guidance, navigation, and control, all nominal, no report. Flight Dynamics Officer is looking at weather out at Edwards Air Force Base, the primary landing site for end of mission in a little less than a week. Right now, the lake bed at Edwards is no-go due to rain in the area. They think there will be some rain today, and there was some rain overnight, we understand. Northrop and KSC both have good weather for the next couple of days. The INCO officer reports that the television camera on the elbow of the remote manipulator arm has a stuck color wheel, and so it is not operable. Also, the Charlie camera, the C camera in the payload bay, has a problem with its automatic light control circuit. It works fine in sunlit conditions. It tends not to work very well when the orbiter passes into darkness, and there's intermittent skitzing of that camera. But that presents no impact. In the remote manipulator system world, DTO 636 was performed yesterday by Bonnie Dunbar, will be performed again today. Marcia Ivins got some time in on the arm yesterday. She performed a survey of the one of the wings down near the elevons, and that is a predetermined set of positions that the arm is driven to that will place it in a required position for a particular view of the ship, and it's called Survey I. That went well. David Lowe today will get his time in on the arm by performing Survey J, and what that will provide is a view of the top of the port wing. So he'll get some time on the arm as Marcia did yesterday. Also, as we said, Bonnie will do DTO 636 again today. Ecom officer reported no water was found during the last check that the crew did beneath the floorboards of Columbia when they were changing out a lithium hydroxide canister. So we, from that input, believe that the humidity separators are, or at least humidity separator A, is still in good shape. Also, yesterday we had a couple of maneuvers that took Columbia to positions for accomplishing a water dump, and each of those, there were 2 water dumps, and each of those required Columbia to move out of the payload bay to Earth position for 30 minutes at a time for a total of an hour. And that did give the LDEF some excursions on their desired thermal conditioning of that spacecraft. So the payloads officer expects that before the end of the mission, we may get a request from LDEF to do some deep space pointing of the payload bay in order to give them the required cooling and solar conditioning or thermal conditioning for their end of mission requirements. Also, payloads officer Ben Solari reports that a lot of work has been done looking into the status of the FEA. You'll recall that we noted yesterday a cracked ampule that occurred during sample run 4, and the concern was that we leave the containment vessel closed in order to prevent any opportunity for any substances from that cracked ampule to enter the cabin. The concern, the first order concern was that we didn't want any bits of glass floating about, and the second concern, far lower order of concern, was that the substance within, the test substance within that ampule is indium. In particulate form, it can present a respiratory irritant. In its solid form that it was in at the time of the test and is now still in its solid form as a metal, it doesn't present any kind of toxic concern. And so they have done a lot of studies. The crew sent us some television yesterday showing us a close-up view of it. Also gave us some close-up point-of-view descriptions of their own, describing what they were seeing. And looking into it, we understand that that ampule is made of quartz, not glass, and quartz, of course, does not tend to show characteristics of glass in breaking and coming up with chunks or anything like that. So the feeling is that we maybe go to resume FEA, perhaps as early as today, but we're going to be conservative about it, continue to study it. There are still a couple of more squares to fill, and then we'll see what happens. So right now, FEA is still suspended, but there's optimism that we may be able to convince ourselves that all is okay, and we can go in there and take that ampule out and put another one in and resume with sample 5. We'll let you know how that develops. Meanwhile, Columbia has passed over the coastline of Australia, now on orbit 76 of the Earth. We've not heard from the crew yet on what they might have seen of that developing tropical storm. From satellite views, we see that it is definitely a growing system with spiral bands beginning to form and all the hallmarks of tropical systems that we in the northern hemisphere had to cope with last summer. Of course, it's summer in the southern hemisphere now, and those types of cyclonic systems are beginning to kick up. We're now at 4 days, 18 hours, 26 minutes mission elapsed time, and this is Mission Control Houston. It's Mission Control Houston, 4 days, 18 hours, 40 minutes mission elapsed time. We haven't heard from the crew because the orbiter, when it came up over the hill on Tidris West, did not acquire communication through Tidris West due to a software problem out at White Sands, which is where the NASA ground terminal is that controls the Tidris network. There's a software program that is set up to configure the Tidris network for the AOS, LOS times for the orbiter, and is also set up at those AOS times to configure for orbiter downlink, and the program, for some reason that we're not sure of, didn't go off. So we're attempting to command manually. Once that command goes through, it'll be another 10 minutes or so before we do lock up. So it could be a bit before we hear from them, and we'll stand by to see how that works. And GC Officer Chuck Capps confirms that the manual load that Houston just sent has been received in the system out there, so we expect to lock up in about 10 minutes. That'll be at 4 days, 18 hours, 52 minutes or thereabouts. This is Mission Control Houston.
Columbia, Houston, we're back with you through Tidris. How do you read?
Loud and clear.
In Columbia, for your information, we had some difficulty with scheduling acquisition at White Sands, but we think everything's all cleared up now and should be good for the remainder of the pass.
Okay, thanks, Houston. And we took a look at that storm developing northwest of Australia. It doesn't have, we were a little bit south of it, doesn't have real obvious circular motion. You can see a little bit of it. It's a very, very, very heavy cloud mass with some kind of high steer stuff that covers it, so if there's any real circular development, we weren't enough above it to really make it out. You can, or it's not real obvious at least.
Dan, we
On
copy.
the good news side of the house, we did our lyo change out and checked the hum seps, and there's no water to be seen down there this morning.
Good news. Thanks, Dan.
And the third thing, these heater reconfigs and manual fuel cell purge and ECLS redundant checkout aren't time critical. We can get in those a little early if we got the available time, right?
That's affirmed, Dan. They're not time critical.
And Tammy, I can do KU band antenna positioning if that's okay.
Stand by, Wex. We'll get back with you shortly. We're dumping the recorder.
Okay.